Good morning. Another pro intro from me there. Welcome along, everyone. Another edition. Back again, fam. Another edition of Racing Pals Endurance. This time, first time ever at Circuit Zolder. The other Belgium track in ACC, often forgotten. I'm very interested to see exactly how this is going to play out. Got a GT3 only grid because of the track. It is very, very narrow indeed, so should throw up some good battles. Multi-class here. We have actually done multi-class in RP series, which is our GT3 league racing format. It used to be a multi-class championship, and we did do Zolder a couple seasons ago, I believe, 3 or 4 seasons ago, and let's just say the stewards were very busy indeed after that race, so we've made this one a GT3 only spectacle, which is fine, because we want to see some actual battling. So welcome along. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Stacked grid today. Lots of people interested in applying their skills at Circuit Zolder. And we've got about 6 minutes left in practice for the entire grid unleashed onto the track for quali. Quick look at the timesheets. I was saying in the chat earlier this week, actually, someone was asking what a good lap time around Zolder was. I said anything sub 130 is gonna be quick, and I seem to have been quite right about that. Top 8 cars all in the 130s, or sub 130s. Sorry, I should say top 12 cars. But he's stacked up nicely together in practice. Very hot track, 39 degrees Celsius on the track. So race start going to be very interesting with very hot track and cold tires. I mean, I assume it's going to be cold tires. Oh, sorry, hot track in the race session. Going to He said ACC has fantastic sound design, and always like to show that off a little bit on stream. This will just be a daytime race, 4 hours. I do believe there is a stint timer this time around. Check that. Yes, 75 minutes stint timer, so definitely back to regular scheduled programming in terms of race format here. Finally got my monitors laid out how I would like to. Definitely interesting setting this stuff up when I don't have probably not the most efficient streaming setup. I should really invest in a Steam Deck. That would be, or a Stream Deck. And a Steam Deck. I wonder if, does ACC run on Steam Deck? Be interesting to find out. Anyway. Always interesting setting these streams up. I do love doing it. Happy to be back in the commentary booth. And especially for a track that we haven't really been to. Yeah, endurance. There's not really anybody in the community running this track, so definitely looking forward to this one. If there's any racers in the chat, let me know who you're driving for. Try and cover everybody during these streams. Can't promise it, but I will try my best. You're just a spectator, be a friend of somebody on the entry list for today. Pick them up in the chat, because these guys are going to need all the help they can get, I feel like. Just trying to find someone we can maybe go on board or a lap with. Miss the sausage curb on the inside because it will throw the car up. See the racing team back at it with a glorious livery on the McLaren Evo. Through a difficult turn 3, you see just how narrow that exit curb is, and then a flat out section down towards the Kleiner chicane. This will be definitely the choke point of the first lap. Bounding out over the crest into the Filner chicane. Another type 1, a bit more forgiving with the curves here. Very difficult to get the power down on this right-hander. To Larman over the crest again. Not much going on from the left-hand side. Zolder blocked. I assume Bost Queen's corner or turn. Through the Jochen Rindt blocked. Another fast straightaway, pounding down towards the final chicane. Jackie X blocked. Really a champion circuit here. This track is in the north of Belgium. See just how narrow the track is. Glorious onboard audio there from the McLaren, love to hear it. That will about wrap up our practice session. Back into pit lane here as we wind down the session. So yeah, a couple of drivers there tickling the precipice of the 28s. Maybe some quali times, possibly slightly cooler track.
Green line, give it all you got.
Slightly cooler, not by a lot. 20 minutes of qualifying here, so a lot of time for everybody to get plenty of laps in. Just want to go back. Come back for another round. Love seeing the in real life racing liveries make an appearance in our endurance into immersion. A stream of cars out of the pits already. I assume there will be some backing up at the end of the lap. Trying to get everybody a little bit of space, some clear air and some confidence to smash in a good lap time. We'll see if anybody breaks the 128 barrier. We'll definitely be looking towards the top of the pack with that. This man, especially Pierre Moreno. Spectre Porsche coming back, looking to assert dominance. Thomas Jack also with the small PP. Lamborghini, good interesting choice this time around. There's a fair few amount of Lamborghinis in today's entry list. And let's follow along with Pierre Moreno as he sets the first time lap, or starts the first time lap of the race, or of qualifying. In turn 1, ever so slightly off camber here, very, very easy to run wide, using all of the track very well there. And looking planted on corner entry, which isn't something you would normally say about the Porsche. Tight chicane, very close to that sausage curb, still bucks the chassis of the car a fair amount. And using all of the track there, somehow not invalidating the lap. Really pushing track limits here. Track limits going to be quite difficult to keep, I feel, here. It's very easy to cut some of those chicanes. Jackie Xbox into the back straight. Really easy to run wide there too. The car does like to drag wide. Yeah, crossing the line of 28.4, not too far off of his best practice time, which I believe was a 28.2. Coming in third place at 28.8. Wind Machine 31 on the last lap. I believe that was a scratched lap for him. Jack 8/10 down from Pierre Moreno. Stephen Maudsley actually in the 420. The West Stains massive. Love it. Just over 2/10 behind, so possibly more time in it. Best sector times, sector 1 and 2 and 3, all belonging to Pierre Moreno. Actually, Thomas Jack matching the sector times 2 and 3 within a tenth or so. Manages to do it. 28.3. Best sector 2 time for Sam Maudsley. Back with another Lamborghini, the Iron Lynx entry, number 28. Running at the end of their lap, they're going to move up some positions here, maybe not. They do up to P6 at 29.2. Improving quite rapidly. Kyle Busch, Harpy Zolder. Not that Kyle Busch. Now takes up on his current lap time. And towards the end of their lap. Not sure it's going to be enough for them to gain any positions. Just for one. with the Audi of Denny Zenon All In Racing. Not too far off of P3 actually, 1500ths of a second. The exact lot to be there or thereabouts. Up on his lap time, will move up to P3 should he hold this lap together. It's not a curse. Ahead. Lost a little bit of time actually through that final corner. Still 2/10 up, but was almost had another 10th to bank. Got 9 cars all about within a second of pole position currently. Well, it is tight. B. Winters in the McLaren Evo. 600ths of a second out of PM Renault to go P2. Currently on a flyer, looking to break the sub 28 barrier. On the brakes actually. We lose a little bit of time in the Olderberg Bocht. And Mosley, so close to sub 28. My next team again looking to put in another lap. Just lost a massive amount of time there into that right-hander hairpin. I'm wondering what happened. Be able to gain a position out of that, but had a really poor last sector comparatively to their last fast lap. Jack just plugging away. You can see how much he's throwing the car around, trying to get it over those curves as quickly as possible. You can see him jump up some positions here, up to P7, a little love tap on the wall just to be sure. Whittle has found himself up into P5. Little flag there from Dinon. We'll look and see what happened into the minor chicane, I believe. Yeah, just caught the sausage curb on the right-hander. That'll do that. Hopefully not see that in the race. Back out there with some fresh rubber, I believe. Jackie X chicane. Surprisingly difficult for a lot of drivers today. Pierre Moreno up into P2. We do have Noel Pichet. Apologies if that is not correct. Someone heading backwards there. This man has broken the 27s deep into it actually with the 27.6. Renault 27.9. Well, all to play for. We are only halfway through this qualifying session. Currently up on there. That time is good to see them back with us for another event. Those of you who don't know, on the timing screen on the left-hand side of your screen, those drivers with the white numbers are part of a team. They'll have a driver to hand over to when their stints are over. The ones with the grey numbers, or grey numbered backgrounds I should say, are solo drivers. So Valentino Rossi always doing solo races, which is monumental effort in and of itself. The 111 entry Fantastic. Only up on their lap time as they head into the Jackie X Boft. Might be able to sneak P5 out of this. Does 300ths of a second in it. Not a lot at all. Time where everybody definitely returns to the pits, get some fresh rubber and some more fuel. Try and go again. Renault, interestingly, handing the car off to Martin Kovacs and setting a fast lap here, splitting the qualifying duties. Kovacs already 4/10 up on the Delta. Stream of cars there behind, which includes Thomas Jack, who's also on his current personal best Sector 1. That was a curse. Meanwhile, back up with Kovacs. Oh. Peek at that train of cars behind. Very frustrating place to be in a qualifying session. Not sure if Kovacs' Delta is based on his outlap or Pierre Moreno's lap. If it's based on Pierre Moreno's lap, we have an actual alien on our hands. As we hop back with Thomas Jack. Sitting in P9. Another issue there for Sam. Obviously, it's a gander at what happened here into turn 1. Oh, lost the rear end and then over the curb, hitting the gravel. Doing the wise thing and just slamming the brakes off and trying to rejoin the track. Good on him. Really struggling a little bit more than I thought they would to keep it on the track. Jack with the car behind makes his way down to Overberg. Not going to remember these corner names in the race. Everybody really attacking the right-hander of the Jackie X Box. Thomas Jack then up into P7. Kovacs with 3/10 to make up, 3.5 almost, and get that P1. 5 minutes left for Hachet to try and improve on his lap time also. A bit further down the timing sheet, Maya von der Heide only up on their lap time, not very far off at all from P11 actually, 100th of a second to be exact. Oh, and they were up but lost some time in that final sector. Car ahead of Jeroen Eckhardt. Looking to get some buffer, but will have to make his way around to try again. Meanwhile, Nicholas Kopnik putting in a good Sector 1 time. time to maybe try and get themselves inside the top 10 for the start of this race. Really being aggressive over the curb on the last chicane. Everybody really seeming like they're losing time. Nick up to 8th place. Kyle Busch. Another SpongeBob themed delivery, well I should just say Patrick themed delivery. Just lost a lot of time in sector 2. Was up on their lap time, should have had enough pace to get maybe up all the way to 11th, so keep an eye on that. Meanwhile, Kovacs, sector 1 time 29.8. Just a 10th behind Hershey, but up 3/10 on his current best lap time. Oh. Really surprised that nobody's invalidating their lap of that line. Definitely more time in it. Track has been optimum from the start, so there won't be any track evolution to speak of. Level indeed will be very detrimental. Oh, so improves, but only by 3/4 of a second or so. So Hershey probably a bit of comfort now. Gonna have to be a blinder from Kovacs to try and unseat that provisional pole. Richard Whittle still inside that top 10 as well. Looks like he's actually bought that lap. Another off. We'll tell where that is. That is the minor chicane up towards the crest, and there goes Kovacs. Improving on their sector 1 time. Enough to be on top of the timing sheet, however, will be very close. 1 minute and 30 seconds left of qualifying, so lots of people trying to make their way back around the track and get one more time Glacken. Lost a couple seconds, a couple tenths there in sector 2. Again, very aggressive over the curve. Lost so much time there because of that. Last chance then, indeed, for Kovacs to try and get a pole position out of this. It was a 4-hour race, a long way to go. Pole position here as well. Wouldn't say it would win you the race. It would be very helpful on turn 1, but or lap 1, but not necessary for victory. This Audi. Aidson, I assume that is Scandinavia. I'm not even going to try and pronounce that first name. I have more than one Scandinavian name. Thomas Jack finish on their lap time quite a bit. Moves up to P13. Thomas Jack finds himself up in P6 right now. Kovacs is currently 9/10 down on his best lap, so I would say that's P2 sewn up quite nicely for the Spectre boys. Everyone else really up on their lap time currently. Jack just about oh, so aggressive over the curb and loses it. That's it. Ollie done for the small PP entry. Maya Vonderheide, decent sector 1 time compared to their last lap, shaving off a couple tenths actually. Need a fair amount of time to get inside the top 10, however. 6/10 or so, and it's not going to happen as they lose it on the curb. weight in the Ferrari entries. The first Ferrari entry we've looked at today. All temps up on their best lap time will definitely move up some places here. Up into P11 at the death. And that will do it for quali. The 91 McLaren sitting on pole position with a time of a 27.657. The timing sheet actually quite easy to keep track of today with the one class. "24 cars going to the start grid. 4 hours of this mentalness. Zolder is proving to be a tricky challenge for a lot of these drivers. Isn't the cleanest of sessions. Didn't see any car-on-car contact, but people seeming to be battling the track. 4 hours of this, we'll have to definitely keep an eye on things. The stewards, we do have live stewarding during this race. Stewards do have the power to red flag the race should there be sufficient enough incident on lap 1. It's only ever been used once, I believe. Thank you, Senderon. Definitely throw out the big GLHF to everybody right now, and a big thank you to the stewards currently sitting in the office doing their due diligence to make sure that the race runs as smoothly as possible. It does take a lot of effort to put these races on, a lot of manpower. If you're ever interested in helping out with stewarding, commentating, anything else like that, do join the Discord. And we do have a tried and tested and proven system of dispensing penalties and coming to agreement on how severe penalties are. So it's very easy to pick up and a good way to spend a morning or an evening depending where you are. So, link is in the description of the video for the Discord, as well as our Patreon. More on the Patreon later, but it's new for us, and we are excited to launch that. You can get some really cool perks up to and including personalized one-on-one coaching with some of our resident aliens, as well as access to some setup folders, livery folders, special Discord only roles, and so on and so forth. More on that later as the lads and ladies get away, beginning today's formation lap. Excited to see what the number 80 Porsche can do. I believe their qualifying position is unbecoming of their true pace. I'm saying they're sandbagging intentionally, but they have found themselves in some pretty good positions in the past. Interested to see what some new faces could do as well. Soloing a race, coming straight in. I believe this is their first RP Endurance event with us. So to come in and bag up P4 as a solo driver, not bad at all. A lot of McLarens today, but I am interested in some of the more eclectic car choices. All Lambos that I thought we would have. Christoph Friedrich. Jack, of course, in the small PP car, and Trevor Wade. Sorry, Maya Vonderheide. Misclicked my typing sheet. As well as Jeff Kelly. Also, we've got two RP Zolder cars with the aggressive Patrick on the roof. Ferrari entry, only 3 Ferraris today, and when the car first came out it was all the rage. And interestingly enough, Richard Whittle solo today. Usually teams up with, I forget this every time, whether they're brothers or from other relation. I believe it's Keith Little? Can't remember. But these guys usually in and out of the action throughout the 4 hours. And of course, the Spectre entry of Kovacs and Pierre Renault. Pretty good track record of being fast boys. We will definitely see what everything can throw up here for us. Rear of the grid might not get going on the straight. Oh, everybody on the straight now just waiting for the green lights.
Green light, green light.
And there it is, we are away. 4 hours of Zolder starts here. Moreno looking to the outside, sorry, Kovacs looking to the outside. Contact in turn 1 already. Sam Maudsley, and that is not how you'd like to do it. We will keep up with this battle, however, pending a red flag. Gets the move done into turn 2 past the rust man. The field now pounding down towards the Kleiner chicane. We'll have another look at that star. I'm sure the stewards are looking over that furiously right now. As they go. Whoa. Both cars losing a little bit of front end grip there through the chicane. Maudsley now finding himself very far down the grid in P11, was third. I don't think it's enough to be a red flag since everybody's got going again. Have the ability to go back. A bit of a dream start for the Spectre lads as they cross the line, completing lap 1 in first position. A little bit further back, Thomas Jack up into 6th. And Maudsley beginning his recovery drive, really looking to be outside of turn 1. Will probably get a much better exit. It's a great line from turn 1. To the outside of turn 2. He's got it done. Very confident there, despite a little bit of body damage. Back up into P10. Oh no, Miche still chasing the rear of the Spectre Porsche. At the Kleiner chicane, thinks twice about it. Car off there. The aggressive Patrick cars. Whittle, meanwhile, chasing down the rear of that yellow Lambo. Thomas Jack lurking behind, waiting to pick up any scraps. Ending hard. Whittle not having enough space there to try and cut back. Miche already dropping about a second or so to Kovacs in the space of that last lap. Sam Maudsley again on the attack. Have the inside. Porsche behind Vonderheide looking, sorry, that is it's Marcel Lau looking very beaten up indeed. Has Van der Heide directly behind. Just going up to Denny Zenon. Right on the rear wing there of the McLaren. Only has the best fastest lap, 13.007. We're not sub-30s just yet. This car's carrying a full load of fuel. A drive-through for Winters already. Have to see what that's for. Swinging out to the outside. Oh, has to check up. Alternate lines there for both Thomas Jack and Richard Goodall. Thomas Jack on the inside, very composed driving from both of them. Oh, and Richard Goodall off. Doing what I said people would do, cracking wide at the at turn 3, losing time into the gravel. Thomas Jack will say thank you very much and move up into 5. Train of cars here. Bringing up the rear of this train is Sam Audsley on a recovery drive. Sent it. Very aggressive on the braking there. I did say earlier that car looks very good on the brakes today. Absolute send there into the Villeneuve chicane. Winters actually getting the drive-through for causing a collision with multiple cars. We'll have a look at the race start once again once things settle down on the track. It might be a while in the rear of the track. But Bentley getting all sorts of loose around that one corner I can't pronounce. Fantastic livery though, and the only Bentley on track, so we'll be keeping an eye on that. Not sure if they've nerfed the fuel tank and go insanely long with this car. 75 minutes should be the breeze for the Bentley. Oh, that's such a better exit. We'll have the inside into the Jackie X-Box. Rather very aggressive over the curb once again. As that move sewn up at the back of the pack. This track's already pulled out a second over Richard Goodall. Novak's currently 2 seconds up on P2. Get further back as Marcel Lau to defend from Van der Heide behind. Also has that McLaren of 444 entry. Worry about. There's a little bit of a sandwich battle here. Zolder Lambo looking to get out of the very back. Well, you thought about the move there, maybe. To do. On the Heide, meanwhile, very close indeed. Needs to move on the damaged Mercedes and wants to be released into clean air. Eckert behind, lapping up his battle in front, looking to make up any advantage they can get. Turn 3, all of them through cleanly. Oh, the Lambo there actually just jumping down the edge of the curb. Oh, and then there's contact. I think McLaren a little bit too late on the brakes there. Didn't have anywhere to go. most of that up into P12. Thomas Jack, meanwhile, setting the fastest lap of the race at 1:29.1. Their car set up maybe, well, I was about to say their car set up more for the race, but this isn't Formula 1, there is no park first. The car may be a little bit more agreeable in race trim than quali trim. Hachet, meanwhile, 29.0. Lap times tumbling, even though we do have a hot track. No wind today. No, not really much in the way of external factors to help the drivers. And Thomas Jack, meanwhile, leading up a huge train. 5 cars or so. All very close to each other indeed. Battle of the Lambos into turn 3. Hyde still looking for the move on Marcel Lau. We see one into the chicane. Wanting to take it quite smart there. Lambo breezing over the switch codes. Back up into P7, still trying to find his way past Richard Wiggle. Perhaps a longer pit stop for Maudsley to try and repair some of that damage. Hyde did just make that move on Marcel Lau. Let's have a look at that. I was already passed actually by the time my replay started. Looks like Lau may have gotten loose over the chicane. Allowed Van der Hyde through. So meanwhile, looking for that move into turn 2 I should say. On the inside, you've seen him do this a couple times already. Not enough pace to get alongside Mercedes into turn 3. There's a drag race now though, down into the Kleiner chicane. Oh, so close. Great racing from these guys. I knew that was going to happen. That's a fair enough racing incident. 15-second penalty for the 88 car before causing a collision. These guys really going at it, allowing actually and Thomas Jack to run away a little bit. This was the car that started P4 behind Maudsley, so only a second or so back from Maudsley, so not a huge loss for both of them, a long time to go, only 13 minutes through this race. Ooh, much more late on the brakes into a fly zone halfway through the corner, and that just upset the rear. To be the rake on that setup on the Mercedes. Wasn't like mid-corner corrections, and the Ferrari behind making up a good amount of time on both of these as well. The Mercedes has the grunt on the straights. Through. A little train forming here. Thomas Jack pulled up to the very rear of Denny Zeno. I think Zeno may have had an issue there. Around the outside of the hairpin. The tyres hooked up in time, side by side through Yock and Root. And again, Yaki X walked. Still side by side. Thomas Jack able to get the power down that much sooner, has the move sewn up for now. released then into clean air. See what this can do for his lap time. Hochet still with the best lap of the race. Literally 1/100th of a second faster than Thomas Jack's best lap, so not much in it. Hochet only 5.5 seconds up the road right now. A bit further behind as Maudsley is still trying to get past the Mercedes. Don't think either of them will want to go side by side. A little bit of a better exit there from the McLaren. Into the inside potentially, and we've seen that move already from Whittle. Oh, not coming off this time though. I believe that is Sam actually handing the position back as he would have overtaken off the track. Ferrari now very happy about that because it is now a 3-car battle. Oh, and there's contact. Let's get another look at that. Hard on the brakes. Yeah, I think the McLaren just too late. The Concertina effect coming in. Broken that fight up a little bit. He's still got a lot of battles happening around the track. Denny Zenon still having to defend. So now not one Lamborghini but two. Oh, both of them. Four-wheel drift coming out of turn 3. Great car control. Is a 3-car battle for P3. Lando looking quite strong on the brakes as well. Got a warning for the 187 car for moving under braking. 15-second penalty for the number 88 car for causing a collision, and the same for car 92. It's Winters also for causing a collision. This 3-car battle still rages on. We'll check on this a little bit further down as Dave Petzold now up into P16. I believe they started 19th. Now having to defend on the Ferrari of Tano as well as Valentino Rossi. A little train popping up there. Meanwhile, Richard Woodall recovers, attempting to make a recovery. Chasing down the rear of the Lamborghini of Van der Heide. Trying to get back into the top 6 of that Ferrari. Right behind, or right ahead I should say. Very aggressive lines over the curves for a lot of people. Thomas Jack potentially saving fuel. Quite happy to chill behind Zenon and stretch the stint out. Not sure how the Lamborghini is on fuel. Loving the grid diversity, says Jacob the Snake. Jacob the Snake. Everybody just knows so much Jacob. Welcome to 4 hours of Zolder, my man. Yeah, loving the grid diversity too. Lots of McLaren still the better choice it seems in ACC. Honestly thought there would be more Porsches. Only 3 today. We've made 4 Diets past Marcel Lau. The body damage on the Mercedes probably not doing any favours right now. Drive-through, or the 125 car for causing a collision. Stewart's being kept very busy, it seems, already. A little bit further up. This little three-car battle brewing up nicely. These guys are currently 8 seconds behind this battle. There on the exit of the hairpin. Yeah, I've forgotten all the corner names already. Magic start making their recovery run as well. So they started at the back of the grid, I'm not sure why I said it's a recovery run. Yeah, closing on the rear of Winters. Battles all up and down the grid, how I predicted it would be. Zolder still under attack. Aidson having to worry about Eckhart behind. The move there into the climber chicane. Thomas Jack further up ahead. Oops. I'm not sure if he doesn't have the capacity to make the move or doesn't want to make the move. Gardner still finds himself behind Xenon. Almost half an hour through the first hour. Further back, Lutzenus finding himself slowly catching the rear of the Ferrari ahead. Their lap times last time around identical. This time around, still, actually, oh wait, losing a couple seconds there into in sector 2. Marcel Lau losing the rear end through turn 1, manages to keep the Audi behind, however. Eckhart now caught right up to the rear of Aidson as well. Another drag race, the Audi pulling alongside the Gravy Seals car wants the move into the final chicane. A little bit of door banging. I think that's all. Oh no! Aidson losing out big time there. Eckhart managing to get through. A little bit of door bashing into the corner, and I'm sure the stewards will look at that. Marcel Lau now with 3 cars directly behind him. A scary sight, carrying as much body damage as he is. Oh, getting hectic down here. Eckhart trying to go around the outside of Aidson through the Jochen Windbocht. I have just noticed further up the grid, Thomas Jack actually losing in position to Friedrich. Wondering if there was an issue for Thomas Jack. A couple of seconds behind Xenon, so he definitely has lost some time. Well, we go back here as P10 and P11 side by side. Oh, Marcel Lau losing it again into turn 2. The rear of that car looking very unstable indeed. Eckhart having to back off somewhat through that corner. Aidson again looking for a move potentially into the chicane. Haven't seen a clean one yet from anybody. not a great passing place. The weight actually running away a little bit, able to put some distance now in between itself and the Mercedes. Schneider has come to join the party despite a 15-second penalty. In this battle, lots of position changes here. Quid pro quo, I think, for Aidson, the number 7 Brady Seals car. Meaning a position with a little bit of contact, and lost a couple of positions through its own virtue. But everything evens out in the end. A bit further up is Thomas Jack now looking around the outside of the crest. Wants the inside for the Villeneuve chicane, gets it. Friedrich maybe just letting him have it, lifting and coasting into the chicane, trying to let Thomas Jack by without incident. Thomas Jack again, once again released into clean air, has about 2.5 seconds currently to make up to get back onto the rear of Denis Zenon. I'm sure now is head down, trying to finish out the rest of this stint problem free and trying to put as much a gap as possible in himself and the 2 Lamborghinis behind. Wait now 3.5 seconds ahead of this little pack of 4-car train. Schneider still has Aidson directly behind. A 15-second penalty, remember, for this car. Let's have a look. I actually don't want to because this battle too good, but let's have a look at the beginning of the race. Swapping positions down the front straight. Schneider very, very early on the brakes there. We saw Audi having to check up. And Dietz just ahead of Eckhart, losing it a little bit. The Audi offside through turn 2. All of that distance to make up again. Dave Petzold, meanwhile, up into P16, has the Ferrari right ahead. This is into turn 3 now, past the rust map. And the windmills. Ferrari looking very stable. And that was not a curse. That was the curbs, not the curse. Petzold released through into P15. We'll say thank you very much. Richard Vidal still in the thick of it. Now on the rear of Von der Heide, trying to get into the top 8. Again, loose onto the grass. Well, thinks about the move. Such a wide entry from the Ferrari there. A little bit of drift on corner exit. Richard Whittle, who's still trying to chase down the rear of Von der Heide. Oh, he thought about the move there into the hairpin. Very easy to sneak through there, actually. Need to make sure that the driver ahead is fully aware of your presence, however. I'm sure Von der Heide will be fully aware of the huge Mercedes directly behind. Or maybe looking for a move into turn 1. Mercedes grunt on the straights. Attempts made up on that small straight alone. Back to this battle as the drag race down towards the Kleiner chicane. Eckhart a bit too late on the brakes through here once already. I'm sure he won't want to make that happen again. Chicane. Aiton finds himself making his way past Eckert, and he had done so out of the Kleiner chicane, so I'm willing to bet Eckert having some problems through Kleiner chicane, allowing the Audi to just run through. Not going to give it up easily, however. Train forming behind Dave Petzold. Carno having to defend hard from Winters. They are nose to bumper. A dive almost to the inside. Oh, oh. Almost lost it too. Winters through. Bit of a high risk, high reward move there. Could have gone much worse. Richard Goodall still chasing the Lamborghini. Lamborghini's proving to be quite a good car at this track. Out of the 4 Lamborghinis, 3 of them are inside the top 10. Further back, Dave Petzold still having to deal with those 2 cars behind. Winters looking very aggressive halfway through this first stint. Ooh, a bit of an overslow maybe there from the Porsche. We've seen the McLarens look really good on the brakes today as well. Ooh, very close indeed through the final chicane. Oh, and Maudsley with a drive-through. Would be for causing a collision. Definitely have to take a look at that. Petzold loose on the front end there. Winters allowed through, and Tarno now right on the rear of Dave Petzold. If he can get a good run out of turn 3, the move into the Kleiner chicane is on. Winters now trying to run away from Petzold. Making his way up the grid. Winters not able to run away completely. It's largely serves that drive-through, losing himself some more positions. Oh, and that's loose. He's hit the grass there through the final chicane on the exit. There goes the Sponge McLaren. Biddle still on the rear of Onderheider, and now Eckert making his way up to the rear of Samuel Gitz. Alright. Let's have a look at this. At the start then, the beginning of the race. It just looks like Winters, maybe they're getting very loose. Whoops. Check it out. Oh, the onboard. It's a bit of a send. Not quite sure who's at fault here. Yeah, all the cars checking out. Classic ACC. Yellow flags not entirely obvious sometimes. Just want to check out. Let's see. So the door bang into the Kleiner chicane may be resulting in the 420 car getting that drive-through. And that one will definitely do it. I think that's what the drive-through is for. This one. So the stewards will be too mad about that one. There you go. Wasn't every contact, but most of the contacts. Ooh, my voice is low. I just turned it up a little bit. Maybe if I move my microphone a tad closer. Thomas Jack actually back onto the rear of Xenon, not too far ahead, just under 1 second. Whittle potentially with the move into, oh my goodness, we have to look at that again. This is into the Kleiner chicane. Oh yeah, very aggressive line through there. I'm not sure if that counts as overtaking off of the track. He's already put a second in between himself and the Lamborghini behind. The other Lamborghini we're keeping an eye on, also in the battle for P3. Ooh, both cars getting a little loose. Thomas Jack quite infamous actually for shredding tyres. The Audi looking pretty good on the straights as well. Thomas Jack making up the about 3-second deficit with a fair amount of ease. Getting past the Audi, however, is a completely different problem. Thinks about the move into the hairpin. the gaps kind of present themselves at this racetrack, and then you have to remind yourself that it's about 25% narrower than most tracks on ACC. Very difficult to make a pass. That looks like a great exit from Thomas Jack. Now he wants to move. Oh, and backs out. Oh. It seems that some cars can take that curb and hop a bit and still kind of survive. In other cars, it's kind of an insta-death. There's Maudsley into the pits. The first of the pitters. That's a very early stop indeed. Unless that's his drive-through, he said. I'm not sure he had a drive-through. Maybe he cleared it. It is a stop. Okay. Thomas Jack still trying to find his way. They navigate the back marker. We're only 4 seconds behind. Yeah, that Audi looks really, really stable through the medium high-speed corners too. There's a bit of grunt on the straights for good measure. The Audi being very aggressive with the traffic as well, hoping to split the difference. BMW holds its line, lets the battle past. Oh, be careful, lads. Neither of those lines invalidated their lap, so you can send the Villeneuve chicane quite hard and not be punished for it. Both cars again taking the inside curb very aggressively, hopping and skipping over the apex. Oh. Seems as if Thomas Jack constantly checking how much grip is left in the rear tyres. A lot of sliding from that thing, trying to keep on the rear of the Audi. That furious looking battle behind. Actually not for position, it seems. This one. It's happening regardless. Seems to me it's going to take a bit of a send from Thomas Jack to get past the Audi. I think a fair amount of those cars using that final inside apex, the curb, just to hook the car around. Get a bit of extra rotation perhaps. Big brain strats from big brain drivers. Not sure if it gains them time or loses them time. As we come to the 44th minute of this 4-hour race. Again, not sure if Thomas Jack is going to want to try and save fuel and extend the stint. If anybody knows how the the Lamborghini is on fuel in general, let me know. These guys have been 4/10 apart for good 5 or 6 laps now, a little bit further back, as the RP Zolder Porsche tries to chase down the rear of Dave Petzold. There is Porsche catching up to the 80 car, so it's the 80 car and the 79 car, the 80 car being the green one, but the Zach Manriquez not finding too much trouble in closing the gap at all. It was interesting to see different cars on different setup philosophies and how they fare. And they do have Kovacs behind. I've just noticed Hachet still with the fastest lap of the race, and last lap putting in a very good time of 29.4. Only 5 seconds behind Pierre Marino so far, as he splits the difference of his back markers here. Put the battle of the Porsches on ice for just a second. Thomas Jack finally made his way past Denny Zenon, and we did miss that. We apologise. Zenon finding himself a second behind already. Oh, very rough over the curb indeed. That will lose him some additional time. Okay. Wasn't an incident, wasn't a crash, I don't think. This has definitely been the closest battle throughout this race so far. We're on 4P3. Many cars now into the pit, still a little early by my count. Remember, 75 minutes is the max, so should just be a 3-stop race. A bit further back, overweight, still grinding his way through the grid order. Did start in P9. Oh, sorry, started P11. Is up 1 position right now. I think he found himself a little bit further back doing the first couple of laps incidents. despite a little bit of front end damage, still putting in some decent times. Last lap was 1 minute 30.5. Is really hounding the rear now of Dietz. 420 car actually a lap down, I believe. We'll just have to wait this out. They had the drive through and then they also pitted early as well. I'm not sure if that was damage. Oh. Yeah, Ferrari, they're a little bit late on the brakes, but manages to avoid contact with the Audi. And the 420 car trying to unlap itself as well, trying to find a good spot to do so and not get in the way. Hey, we've got about another 20-25 minutes before we see the majority of people into the pits. Three different mid-engined cars here, all trying to make their way around in the same order. Oh, the Audi getting wide on the exit of turn 3. Puts himself in danger of losing out into Kleiner chicane, both side by side. Trevor Waite might say he was forced off there. Manages to let the 420 McLaren through, and despite the McLaren being the orange McLaren being a lap down, will look to try and make the move on the Audi ahead of him as soon as possible to try and unlap himself from this little battle here. Might have to make it on the straightaway as these guys are side by side there through Joch and Rindt. Eckhart looks to the inside of the final chicane, gets that move done very nicely. Oh. The Audi, I saw the Audi put its power down a little bit earlier in the hopes of keeping the position, or at least keeping the battle tight. Amount of hubris there, saw an end to that as the rears spun. We triggered traction control fair amount too, but lost in time. A little bit further back, Schneider back in the thick of things as he has two cars behind him in Manriquez and Patrick Starr. Just spacing out a little bit as I get over to them. A little bit further up, Winters is now on the rear of Aidson. Both of these guys, Winters and Schneider, with those 15-second penalties, which will be served at the next pit stop. Just up ahead, you see that battle of Waite and Dietz still happening. Doesn't look like we've got any steering damage on the Ferrari. Both cars actually with a fair amount of body damage, so it seems that nobody's gotten away cleanly in this first stint. Everybody carrying some dents and scratches as they'll pit for the first time this race. And again, the Audi just dipping its tyre into the gravel Will slow him down a little bit, but not enough to worry about losing the position. However, Waite has other things on his mind as he threw the car in a little earlier, trying to see if he could have the inside. Now under attack from the back marker. It gets a little bit of a gap, 1.3 seconds to be exact. He's made the gap up quite instantly though. He's having to look to the inside, trying to defend its position. Breaks deep though, goes wide, and that was a little bit unnecessary. Door banged him off the track to make sure he couldn't make up the position again. Stewards will definitely be having a look at that. Check back in with Manriquez as he's on the rear of the McLaren of Schneider. Same corner we just saw, Manriquez wide entry. Hoping to make the most of the short run down. Jackie X. Are now having to defend from Winters. Oh, they are nose to bumper through turn 3 as they leave the windmills behind and down towards the Kleiner chicane for a drive-through for the 111 car. We will definitely keep an eye on the reason behind that. Battles popping up here, there and everywhere. You see just how close these guys are. You see the stewards typing. Aidson through the hairpin, through Jochen Windbox. Having to worry too much about the McLaren behind for now. Oh, that's Waite who's off. Don't really want to go back, but I guess we should. Have a look here as they head down towards is the final chicane. Curbs at play here, yes they were. Winters and Aidson through. As now rounding out the top 10 in P10 and 11 respectively. Still going at it into the Kleiner chicane. And both of them have actually caught up to the rear of Eckert. P9 up for grabs here with this little 3-car train. As Lietzenus serving that drive-through, perhaps for track limits, because I'm not seeing anything in the stewards chat, so I will assume that that is for track limits. So I did say track limits would come into play today, and it already has. Taking a drive-through, but still in P7. But we'll still need to actually perform a pit stop as Von der Heide into the pits, allowing this group up to P8, 9th and 10th respectively. Winters still trying to get past the Audi as Waite finding himself with a 5-second penalty for causing a collision. And into the pits, and let's just check out what that was. Oh, it was the door banging. Didn't leave the space all of the time. You have to leave the space. And didn't on that occasion, as Winters made his way past Aids, and let's see if we can't see what happened there. A big move into Kleiner chicane from him, forcing his way past at probably the most challenging point in the track to overtake. Say we haven't seen a clean one yet, and that was it. Winters now attacking the rear of Eckert. A little bit wide there around the hairpin and into Jochen Rindt. And Pierre, Martin Kovacs lurking in the distance there, threatening to present a blue flag to this battle. I think Spectre boys are experienced enough to realise that even if they have the blue flag, there's a battle there. And they're not going to force the issue too much. Hachet into the pits now. Pitting exactly on the 1 hour mark. A little bit early. Will allow Thomas Jack past. Going to find this as Eckhart now up into P7. This would be a good idea for me to get an idea of the pit delta. 31 seconds for a drive-through, it seems. I think we're looking at about a minute 16 or so, minute 11 seconds, as Winters mixes past away Eckhart. Not going to let that go lightly though. Oh, as they do actually enter the pits, and so too does the Spectre car. Patrick Starr and Manriquez battling hard here. That is Xenon behind. So Kovacs perhaps reacting to Manriquez. To Hachet's pit stop, trying to cover off the undercut perhaps, because I think that car can go a little bit longer than 60 minutes. Most of these cars should be able to do this full 75 minutes at this track, because it's not terribly long. It's no Spa or Suzuka. You use huge amounts of fuel per lap because the track is just so long. A little bit of a shift up then in the order as we hit the hour mark. Xenon in the middle of this little battle that we were watching, finding himself leader of this race. He wasn't pushing before, he'll probably be pushing now to try and put a lot of distance between himself and Thomas Jack, who is now being released from his pit box. We're a little bit off all the way around. We'll have to check back in the next 15 minutes or so, try and get an idea of the net order of things. Patrick Starr finding himself inside the top 10, still does need to pit. Himself quite far down if he does so now. A lot of gap between himself. I think if he was to pit now, would probably come out in around 15th, 16th, maybe even 17th. Christoph Friedrich in the Iron Lynx Lamborghini finding himself in P2, only 6.4 seconds behind Xenon. May want to react to Xenon's pit strategy, just as Kovacs did with Hachet. gap actually staying relatively the same between them, about 8 seconds or so. Staples is running in P20 after starting 21st, and finds himself 8 seconds behind Kyle Busch. The driver change for the AO Racing Porsche as Torsten Venning comes into the cockpit. Van der Heide finding themselves having to deal with another battle as Lietzenus trying to jump themselves into inside the top 10. Good first hour of action, I think. Well worth coming here for the first time. Lots of battles. Had that great one between Zenon and Thomas Jack. Lots of little packs keeping up all over the track as well. First hours of these races always difficult to keep up with. Often too much happening, and I'm trying to, the stats nerd in me comes out, and I'm trying to look at everybody's lap times and pit deltas, and I wish I could see their fuel usage, but that would be a bit unrealistic, I think. Both of these guys they have pit already, on into the pits. Their green flag pit stop. Blocked 8 seconds. Looking perhaps to get out ahead of a small PP. Now piloted by Jeroen Udderdorp. Close. Udderdorp will have it though. Keep an eye on the right hand side of your screen for a red Audi. There it is, just released by its pit box. So 6 or 7 seconds I say should be the gap when all said and done. So things keeping the same. Undercut may be working then. Yeah, 9 seconds is the gap now as Zenon. Oh, cold tyres, hot track. A little bit loose there as Lietzenus still trying to find their way past the Lamborghini. We have 3 Lamborghinis inside the top 10 after an hour of racing. Friedrich is yet to pit. Schneider up in P7 also yet to pit. And everybody else has already done so. look at this as Richard Withall making his way past Schneider. Come on, cameras. Side by side through Jochen Ringt. It'll be whoever's last on the brakes. Ladies getting itself slowed down nicely there. Gets the move done up in P7. Black marker there doing a great job of keeping out of the way, and the battles begin to crop up all over the place once again. Lieutenant still trying to find their way around the Lamborghini. A little bit further back, Waite hands the car over to Andy Oldhouse. Again, finds themselves on the rear of that red and white McLaren, the lost on track entry. Mark Dole now at the wheel of that car. I would expect to see Friedrich into the pits within either this lap or the next lap. Probably come out behind the all-in racing car. Luca Den now at the wheel of this Audi. And Lieutenant still trying to play catch up. Oh, and the Lambo very wide on exit there, kicking up a cloud of dust that will slow them down and move on perhaps. Lamborghini defending hard to the inside, a little bit of a block thrown up there. I think that's all fine. It does put him offline for the exit of that corner, which makes it hard to carry momentum through turns 2 and 3. Just to get away with it though. The 420 car. And behind the 92 car. 3-car pack here. Oldhouse leading the top of it. That's about all we've seen throughout this race already, and Dietz still battling with the number 7 Gravy Seals car. And then just ahead of them was this battle. Battle for P8, 2 hours 48 minutes remaining in the race. Overzealous on the throttle there. Didn't quite have the car settled before applying the right foot. Oh, and both of them getting loose on corner exit. Another shimmy to the outside, trying for a wide entry. Cut back on, maybe. On Lambo finding itself understeering through turn 2. Lieutenant's now going to have to defend into Kleiner chicane as Lambo moves to the inside, thinks about it, backs out. Seen some things. Still nose to tail over the crest, down the left-hander and into the Villeneuve chicane. A lot of corner traction, corner exit traction for the McLaren. Big gap he made in just that little sector alone. 20 McLaren, I think, into the pits for its green flag stop. I stopped a couple of times, but only because of drive-throughs. A little bit further back. This mid-engine car battle still rages on as the 444 McLaren holding off the two cars behind. Looks like the 138 Ferrari didn't repair much damage, if any. Looking to keep their race time down. This car just feels fine, and they didn't feel the need to repair any. Still has some, car definitely still has some pace in it. And Friedrich finally into the pits. Should be released very soon, actually, if they make it out before Luca Den. It's close, but Luca Den just beating the Lambo out. There's an old house through around turn 2. Willing to see. I wanted to bet he had the outside. Let's have a look. I managed to cut back it in. The McLaren there, a little bit of understeer through turn 2. Fairly routine move there for the Ferrari. Back marker there, it looks like. Well, Luca Den is on the lead lap. Makes these cars the back marker. 92 car throws itself in just everywhere. Whoa, what is going on? Have another look at that. Bit of a send there, just to cut the track. Does the 92 car. Almost loses it on corner exit. Not sure. I think the stewards will be okay with that. General scheme of things. Meanwhile, Van der Heide has not let in P8 slip away, or P7 I should say. Still right on the rear of Lietzenas. We got 3 solo drivers together here, P6, 7 and 8. All of those within the top 10. And an issue here again for the Ferrari. Have another look at that. Oh, just late on the brakes. Does well to keep the car pointed in the right direction. Still trying to chase the rear of the red and white McLaren ahead. Like we've seen a lot of this car today. It's been in and out of battles all throughout this first hour and a quarter. Got some work to do though. Van der Heide's actually last lap was their best of the race so far at 29.5. Very good time indeed. 29.9 was Lietzenas's last lap. This battle not really going anywhere. Bit of traction control choke I think there from Van der Heide on the exit of that last corner. The car just struggled to put the power down. And some big dives into this chicane. I don't think we're going to see it today. all about the exit right here though. McLaren goes a little bit deep into the corner, has to overslow effectively to get the car to rotate. Going to open up the inside potentially for Oldhouse. Not enough of a gap to do anything with there, and again all about corner exit here. McLaren wide, that will slow it down. And some overspeed on offer for the Ferrari into turn 1. Had a look, had to think about it, decided against it. Sort of a drive-through for car 79. Wow. Oh. Could have been bad as Samuel Dietz defending. Or trying to get past Bosworth. In the Gravy Seals Audi, so an Audi on Audi battle here. Again, got battles everywhere. Can't really keep up with everything that's happening. Top 8. Or I should say top 6 seems to have settled down a little bit. The 28 Lamborghini only a few seconds back from the P4 Audi. There's the small PP car entering turn 1. Just ahead of this group here is the battle for P8. Coming back to the Ferrari of Oldhouse. This battle's been going on for basically the whole race. I do wonder how much pace they're losing with the front end damage as the 420 car's trying to get back in the mix and past the 88 McLaren. A little bit wide through the exit, it's going to slow himself down on the grass. This was Manfred Steiner car that was piloted by Steve Schneider, so I wonder if they're in another sibling team. Oldhouse wanted the move into Kleiner chicane. This McLaren on McLaren battle. Saying earlier in the stream, don't think this chicane is the best place to overtake, but we've seen a lot of attempts into there, people thinking about it, figuring it out, trying to make it happen. We've seen a couple of clean moves through there, and we've seen a couple of not so clean moves through there. I'm not seeing anything for Kyle Bush's drive-through in the stewards chat, so we'll go ahead and chalk that one up to track limits. On to the start, finish straight they go. These guys very, very evenly matched in lap times. Ooh. Thompson having to check up a little bit. Steiner perhaps braking a little earlier than they expected. 3 McLarens all in a row here. That's Liutzenas behind. A lot of orange and blue McLarens today. I think there's 2 or 3. Hachet, best lap time of 28.6. Now only 8 seconds behind Pierre Moreno. Well, that battle for the lead not quite over yet. They are trading lap times. As we have a back marker here. in this battle as Litzinas is trying to find their way around. From here to the 288 Mercedes of Marcel Lau looks to have had that earlier damage repaired. Now has the 92 McLaren directly behind, and that is for position. And then about 5 seconds behind this, have that battle between Doll and Althaus. Oh, side by side, a bit of door banging there, and the 92 getting very aggressive indeed. I would like to take another look at that, if you don't mind. Bit of a send. They weren't side by side, and great driving actually from the Mercedes to check up. I think the stewards probably will not be happy with that contact made when they weren't hub to hub. They went off track to overtake and kept the position as well. The 92 with that drive through at the beginning of the race for causing the lap 1 incident. So stewards this guy's already on thin ice. Stewards have to say as Althaus now looking for the move into the final chicane. What about it? Thought better of it as Bosworth finds himself off of the track at turn 1. Well, look what happened here. Willing to bet it's the curb. It is. Oh, and that's awkward to get back on track to. Essentially blind as the 444 McLaren has been passed by Althaus. Let's see if we can't see what happened there. Was that a turn 1 move around the outside from Althaus? Fantastic racing there. Gets the inside for turn 2 as well. Textbook move there. Has some work to do as Doll is right behind. Aggressive line again through Kleiner chicane and on their way down to Villeneuve. Meanwhile, Manfred Steiner still looking at the rear of the 420 McLaren. Here as Bob Sponge finding himself on the rear of the number 80 Porsche. Again, for position is this battle. Torsten Venning now at the wheel of the Green Monster Porsche. Both of them getting a little bit squirrely there through the final chicane. I believe that's Richard Withall there in the Mercedes. Is P6. Should be the top placed solo driver right now. That's off to him a little bit further up this track as the 92 car finds himself staring at the rear of the Gravy Seals Audi. Had that little off at turn 1 the previous lap, so seeing the knock-on effect of that as potentially another position to be lost. Saying it's too much action for me to keep up on as Bob Sponge closed up the gap quite a bit there to Torsten Venning. Oh, and that's deep through the second part of the chicane. Does actually invalidate the lap. Was there contact there? Should like to see. Looks okay. Oh, and just loses that on the curb actually. Does really well to keep the car pointed straight. Now 2 seconds behind. Now Marcel Lau. Leading up a little 3-car pack here. With Althaus and Doll right behind. Althaus with that great move through turn 1, the last lap around. If he can get anything done here. Will he look to the inside through turn 2? chooses to stay nose to bumper instead. Gotta be very careful here to no punterino. The grunt of the Mercedes showing itself once again. The Ferrari not able to get past. You see him wanting the move. Ferrari seeming much better in the slow corners. The way this track layout is, it's slow corner followed by flat out section, so the Mercedes able to get some of that gap back. Oh, but deep there into the right-hander. Through Yock and Rindt they go. Steaming down towards Jackie Xbocht. Mercedes trying to make itself as wide as possible, all about corner exit here. Oh, has to slow up to correct the input. Oldhouse in full attack mode now, but still quite wary of Eckhart behind. Sorry, Doll behind. Eckhart was the driver in the first stint for the red and white McLaren. Oh, tries to go around the outside and that ends really badly. Can't really overtake on the gravel. A little bit further up ahead as the 92 McLaren caught back up to the rear of the Audi. As the stewards are taking a look at the incident we did see with this car a few laps before. Audi looking like it's having to go on the defense quite hard there, but moves. Oh! It moves to the outside midway through the corner, catches the gravel. Oh, no contact there. 92 car doing quite well. Keep himself out of trouble. Oldhouse still trying to get past the Mercedes ahead. The 288 Mercedes looking much more confident after having the damage repaired as well. Able to hold off the cars like this, has to go to the inside to defend around the right-hander, found itself going deep last time round. Oh, and that's Doll in the background there, just lost it around the hairpin. It's on the grass on corner exit, now 3 seconds behind this battle with a back marker in between. A bit wide again from the Ferrari. Shea, up in P2, is slowly but surely catching the rear of the 922 Porsche in P1. Currently started this stint about 9.5 seconds back from the lead car, and is now only 6.5 seconds or so behind. So potentially a battle for the lead slowly brewing here. A little bit further back. Bosworth in the Gravy Seals car is looking for a little bit of revenge on the 92 car. And still the 138 Ferrari just behind. Oh, big send, moving late there. Don't think the stewards will like that. Flash of disapproval there from the Mercedes. They're side by side. That was actually a really good move there from Marcel Lau. Not sure how much of it was Ferrari giving the place back. That's Richard Withall there. A lap up from these guys. Oh, and the 138 Ferrari is loose. Braked far too late, and that's going to let Doll through. So really suboptimal lap there from the 138. Ferrari missed himself 2 positions. On the inside for turn 3 though. Backs out of it. Had the inside, just didn't have the confidence to move the car through without incident. And what? What was that? Yeah, what? Okay, not sure why he did that. Has just been given the 92 car. I'm not sure who that was, but Althouse leaving the track there. Bosworth trying to get past the 92. Finds himself going actually very wide there. Lost a lot of pace. Most likely get overtaken by the Audi. Audi's going to cut back here. And we'll just settle for a drag race down towards the chicane. Audi puts himself on the inside. Doesn't want anything to do with it, however. Again, the 92 car into the gravel, slowing itself down. 92 car officially with a 5-second time penalty for gaining an advantage by leaving the track. Big no-no, which is why I looked at the 138 car again, doing a bit of faux stewarding here live on stream as we'll go back to this little spout as Hachet is off. Curb biting at Kleiner chicane. Finally, oh, a big hop there. Pointing the wrong way and a head-on collision with the wall just for extra punishment. He's now 20 seconds behind. Yeah, Renault. See if there's any steering damage. The big shunt to the front end. Looks like there is a little bit. Bit of front end damage for Hachet with Oederdorp in P3. Now only 12 seconds behind. And Lieutenant also off as well. Not seeing anything in the log for it, but probably just wide or at one of the corners. Now has Vonderheide, who's now in P8. Directly behind. I think we may have just missed a move there. We did. The 92 car going wide, it seems, at the Kleiner chicane once again, and that allowed the Audi through. Still packed closely together. We're back up here. A bit of an esports line there through as they pound down towards the hairpin. The relative here. See Pierre Moreno just entering turn 1. Just ahead of these guys. A little bit of a loose lap by Van der Heide's standards, 31.1. It's a good second and a half slower than their best lap, as the 92 car still tries to make its way back past the Audi. One of the stewards typing. See what this is for. See if they did investigate the 138. They did. Issued the 138 Ferrari with a warning for driving standards. We're actually now in P20. Again, finding themselves off the track. So it looked like Doll had some issues that let Marcel Lau pass in an early pit stop from this car. And back up with this battle. Into turn 3 go the two mid-engine cars. Richard Withall there in P6 still, throwing up a bit of gravel. A little bit further back as the 444 McLaren again under attack from the Bikini Bottom Racing team, and again Pierre Moreno finds himself in the lead of the race, but watching some good battles regardless. He lifted a fair amount to let Pierre Moreno through, didn't quite need to do that. Lost himself a fair amount of time to the 444 McLaren. He brakes early to let him through, which will close the gap between the two cars once again. Oh, Bob Sponge. A bit too heavy on the right foot coming out of Kleiner chicane, gets the car all sorts of sideways. Good save from him. And a drive through for 146. That will be for track limits, because I'm not seeing anything. Not seeing anything in the steward's channel. '78 and '79 car at it again. don't have the same team names, but their cars are exactly the same colour, and it's very confusing. And they're 78 and 79. I wonder if there was a logistics error between them. Two very different car design philosophies here, battling it out, pounding down towards Jackie Ixbocht. Porsche thinks about it, backs out at the last second. Whoops. Through the inside. Oh, and the Ferrari wide and the Porsche oversteering. He'll try and sneak up the inside once again. Just manages to get it back on track whilst riding the outside curb of turn 2. That can always be scary. On the Porsche, taking the chicane in a very linear fashion there, straight through. Keeps everything under control. Porsche looking great through the slow corners there. Oh, and very wide. I was just about to say I can see it understeering a little bit around that corner. May have put the power down a little bit too early. There is the small PP car. A lot of the lead cars able to have a good view of some of the battles around track. Oof. Loose again as he kind of rides the apex curb. Just a couple tenths then to the 78 Ferrari. Let's have a quick check in with Bob Sponge. I believe that's Liutsinas, and very, very interesting line there. Not quite the one you want to take. Let's just have a little look. Oh, Diz actually lost it halfway through the corner. Lift off oversteer, kind of biting back there, it seems. And Hachet into the pits. The 28 Lamborghinis, bit of a quiet race from them. Up into P4, still yet to pit. And Hachet on the early pit stop, not sure why. Assume you want to go as long as you can, and we actually have a drive-through with Bosworth. I wonder if that's track limits also. And a couple cars now with the drive-through for track limits. I did say it would come into play. Liutsinas staring at the rear of the of the pole sitter of the race, and was leader for a good 3/4 of a lap. About 1.5 seconds between them. Not quite the net battle though that's really going on. Point out the Iron Lynx Lamborghini started 10th, is now in P4. Net we're looking probably P8. Some good pace in this car. Best lap is a 29.6. Definitely that top 8 pace that we've been seeing all day, sub 30s. Things kind of winding down before the pit stops begin. 11 minutes left of the first half of this race. Anybody in the chat's got a driver of the race so far? Let me know in the chat. I think, for me, I think it's got to be between Von der Heide, started P12, now P8, Hofmeister in the 28 Lamborghini, as I was saying earlier. And then Richard Withall as well, doing really well to stay out of trouble, really. 12 seconds or so behind Hofmeister. Yeah, plenty of candidates for driver of the first half of the race. Just trying to have a look through the steward's channel. Look through my little log here too. It does look like there was a little incident with Richard Withall. Oh yeah. Flash of disapproval there from Marcel. This one as well. Oh, stylish drift. And a little bit of contact again between the two Mercedeses. Hasn't picked up a penalty for that. We'll see if anybody puts in a ticket, but for now Richard Withall will stay P5. Yet to pit for this stint. Lieutenant actually now 2 seconds behind Hachet. Catching up, Hachet's last lap, 29.67. Lieutenant's last lap, a 29.64. As the 92 McLaren and the 420 McLaren both enter the pits. 92 McLaren going to serve its drive-through. Back limits for that one, I believe, as well. Osworth getting past as well, so I'm sure we'll see that battle once again between the Audi and the McLaren. So can't really ever fault this team. 40-second gap now between P1 and P2. Small PP guys up into P2. Overall, a very clean race from this top three. They all in guys with a clean race, maybe apart from the one mistake that let Thomas jack by in the first stint. Other than that, doing really well as Manfred Steiner passed Venning. I would quite like to see just what happened here. Broke too deep into the chicane and chose to go across the gravel, probably, but he could have kept it on the tarmac. Might have had a bit more exit speed as Von der Heide is now into the pits. And this would be a green flag stop for them. It is only their second stop of the race. Interestingly enough, Richard Withall currently with the fastest speed through the speed trap at 232 kilometers an hour. Got lots of cars on 230, including the 953 Audi of Luca Den, Noel Pache, also at 230 kilometers an hour, Von der Heide as well. Lots of cars on 230, nobody on 231. Oh, apart from Öderdorp, actually. Yeah, kind of, as Jacob was saying earlier, the grid diversity is doing really well, actually. Everybody's, everything is quite well balanced, it seems, as Bosworth is off. Well, he's having some trouble getting things turned around. Let's have a look here. Just way too deep. Oh, and then just spins the car around. Probably should have just held the brakes. Saw him struggling, only now just getting back onto track. Bosworth losing about 4 positions there. The 79 car and 78 car still going at it. The Porsche still not ahead of the Ferrari. We've got some contact. This is, whoa, very sketchy indeed. Let's have a look. Richard Withall. Jackie Xbox, I think the incident was into the final chicane. Have a look here. Oh, just the concertina effect. The 420 car in trouble already, I believe, with the stewards. Already had a drive-through, might be picking up another one for that. Richard Withall now finds himself down into P6. Lets Hachet pass, well, has no choice but to let Hachet pass, but now has Liutzenas right behind, only a couple of seconds. Stewart saying in the channel, no further action for this incident. Oh yeah, everybody just getting a little bit loose through the Kleiner chicane. All the stewards will be looking at 420 cars' conduct into that final chicane, actually affecting cars on laps ahead of it. It's into the pits now. Wondered why they lost so much time there. A little bit further up the road, Von der Heide got caught up in that incident we just saw. Is now on the rear of Sam Dietz in the Audi. The Lambo with the grunt on the straight is ahead before the braking zone. Keeps to the inside just in case. The better exit from the Audi. Into the Villeneuve chicane they go. The Audi can't make a move out of it. The Lambo with some fantastic corner exit traction. Oh, got a lift, got a lift. Oof. Thought the Lambo was understeering a little bit wide, as we've seen so many cars do today. Oh no! Catches the gravel on the exit of Jochen Rindt. Has to let the Audi past. Lots of front end camber on this. Just noticed on the Lamborghini. Looks like max front camber. Going to be close enough to make a move. Brakes too late and has gone too deep into the corner. The Audi will run away a little bit. The matching, non-matching cars still going at it. And another drive-through for the 420 McLaren. And for causing that collision that we saw at this corner the last lap around. Oh, everybody! Oh, nice little the power oversteer there from the Porsche. Pendulum effect in full swing. You saw the small PP car there in the background. It's coming into the pits. Shea forcing his way past the back markers here. Splits the difference between this battle that was happening. Honda with a lot of work to close the gap up to the Audi, only to be decimated by a Shea trying to get past. Perhaps trying to make sure they pass Udadork, who's now just released from their pit box. Honda again staring at the pink number 77 on the back of that Audi. Oh, a bit squirrely midway through the corner. It'll open up the inside. Lamborghini with the inside at turn 3. Very difficult move to pull off. Makes it happen. And now Hachey looking at the rear of Pierre Moreno's car once again, but a lap down this time. Both of them seems quite rough over Kleiner chicane. The Lambo looks so planted on corner exit through there. A lot of the front engine cars especially like to slide. Meanwhile, Bob Sponge looking at another McLaren. A 44 car going after the number 444 car. Dietz into the pits, which will let Von der Heide free into some clean air for maybe a couple of laps. The bottom racing team looking to get inside the top 10. As the 444 car pits, so now it's a strategy game. As the 92 car letting through a quicker car but has two cars behind. It's the 79 and 78 car that we've seen battling so much throughout this race. Goes into the pits, followed by the Porsche, while the Ferrari stays out. Everybody's strategy brains coming out. We have 5 cars in the pits right now. Ayton making his way past Aldhouse. I believe that was for position as Aldhouse came out from serving the drive-through. Sorry, no, didn't have a drive-through, but did just pit, I believe. Yeah. So they're coming out from their greenhouse pit stop. Green flag pit stop, I should say. Greenhouse pit stop. Doesn't really make much sense. These guys are going to battle for position. They're going to leave the pit boxes at very similar times should there be no damage repair. They are released almost at the very same time. The Pierre Moreno, Luca Den, Hofmeister, top 3 cars yet to pit. We've got a pit delta of around 1 minute and 10 seconds. 1 minute and 8 seconds is the average. Luca Den finds himself 1 minute and 13 behind Pierre Moreno, so a pit stop up is the 922 Porsche. It's a very comfortable lead. Meanwhile, Shea only 20 seconds or so behind Luca Den, so find himself back up into A2. A bit of a grind there in the middle stint to make that happen. Thomas Jack, meanwhile, just out of the pits about 5 minutes ago. In 5th place, 9 seconds behind Hachey. Lucenas finds himself looking at the rear of P6 and Richard Withall. There's a lot of back markers caught up in this little battle. That is Hofmeister in the yellow Lambo. And the black Audi there moving out of the way. There's Hofmeister. So Lucenas trying to chase down that Mercedes up ahead, but there's a Lamborghini in the way. Have to see when Richard Withall will release. Hofmeister, if at all. Blue flags waved there by the marshal. Lucenas now has to be really careful, needs to push, but not so much that he's going to push Hofmeister out of the way, because the stewards will not take kindly to that. Double checking. Lucenas for 3 pit stops. With 2 pit stops, so... Oh, that's the black Audi, it's round, that's Dietz. Quite sure what happened there. A little bit further back though, Kyle Busch has the 92 McLaren behind, and then the 420 McLaren too. Back marker ahead of them for good measure, just to make things extra spicy. As the 79 Porsche finally makes their stop. Leaves these two to battle once again. The 92 car has been all over the place today. You've seen it pop up every end of the grid. As with this car as well. I was just about to put it on the 420 McLaren. Looks like Maudsley's gotten a good run out of the Villeneuve chicane. He looks to the inside for the hairpin, chooses not to. And he's looking for the cutback though, as he takes a rather wide entry. And again, there could be a move on here. Oof. Late on the brakes, Sam Maudsley there, I think didn't get to turn in as early as he wanted to. Then he's looking for the inside of turn 2, a little wiggle of the hips. We have the inside for turn 3. He will. Not enough momentum to carry it through as they'll drag down now side by side towards Kleiner chicane. Oh, and the 92 car squeezing the gap there. Both of them not willing to give an inch. Elbows out as we are halfway, more than halfway through this race now. Be a track cut warning there for Maudsley, who needs to be very careful. Another drive-through and a bad day into an even worse day. Jumping up a little ahead as Richard Withall has given up some delta. It's now able to close the gap a little bit. Losing time in the middle sector though. Another track cut for Richard Withall there. He needs to be very careful as the triple four just lost a spot to Sam Dietz there. Have a look and see what happened. Tried to go for the move, it looks like went to the outside and the Audi had it covered on the inside. Good defending there. Not getting phased by the car that's next to you. Also starting that chicane from the inside is quite difficult indeed as the 953 Audi makes its way into the pits. It's now still trying to chase down the rear of the Mercedes. Luca Danch will be able to get out still ahead of Richard Withall. Luca Dan actually the final car on the lead lap. Now Hachet catching the rear of Hofmeister. If he had some damage repaired after that front end shunt. Hard to tell. Looks a little better, looks a little bit dirty, but not damaged. Leave Hofmeister, yeah, yet to pit, so now's the time, maybe. He chooses not to, he's got not a lot of time left on the stint timer. Let's double check for the stint. Hofmeister currently 57 minutes, so they have some time on the stint timer, but if they're trying to keep this man behind, then it's already done. Thomas Jack they kind of want to worry about for P2. Maybe any Xenon as well. Oh, Hofmeister asserting dominance there, cutting across the track. Not an illegal block, as I don't believe they were side by side. Now much better exit from Hachet. Actually had to lift there, check up and make sure there wasn't a collision as Hachet looks to the inside. Will he be later on the brakes? No. But the Lambo goes very wide and will allow the McLaren the space to maneuver around through Jochen Rindt. Thinks about a move into Jackie Ixbocht. Oh, and the McLaren's gone deep into the first part of the chicane. Lamborghini again had to check up there. A bit of extra brake input to slow itself down as the Bikini Bottom race team released from their pit box. I do think Hachet has a little bit more pace overall than the Lamborghini. I saw that in qualifying. Already a second down on Hachet just through that first sector alone. Meanwhile, Eckert looking at the inside of turn 2. We have the inside of turn 3 as well. It's close, a little bit of rubbing is racing. I think that's fine. That is the 79 Porsche, I believe, who is a lap down from this battle. Oops. Again, gets a very good view of this battle. Oh, a fair amount of understeer there on the exit of the chicane. Samuel Dietz seems to have a little bit of revenge. Make that position back up, as these guys are actually really similar on pace. Whoa, very wide there. From the Audi into turn 2. Just lost half a second there in 2 corners alone. Perhaps struggling with the balance a little bit in this car. A lot of body damage. Wheels look fine. The wheel looks relatively straight going down towards the Kleiner chicane. Let's the Porsche unlap itself. As the 420 car now chasing down the rear of Dave Petzold. Dave Petzold, the 80 car, starting in P19. Now up 5 positions into P14. Oh, and the 420 car almost losing it over the sausage curbs once again. Closes up so much distance in the middle of that chicane, such a better line through there, but the Porsche getting a great exit on this little flat out section, moves to the inside for a little bit of a defense. I don't think has to worry about it too much, as the McLaren is again looking very strong on the brakes. Move on maybe for Maudsley. Nope. Porsche with much more momentum through there. Seen Maudsley around the inside here before. Will he try and make it happen again? Almost side by side. Or breaks later, puts himself side by side through turn 3 and makes that move stick very nicely indeed. Petzold now with the inside into Kleiner chicane. He's not going to make it happen, however. A bit too far away. Felt a little bit uncomfortable, I think, on the inside on corner entry. Looks like Thomas Jack got past Hofmeister, who is still yet to pit. See, they're at 1 hour and 4 minutes on their stint timer. We have 11 minutes of this stint left to go, which puts them at 1 hour and a half. So they still need to stop another time. And now a real huge advantage to staying out late. I thought the undercut was quite strong actually at this track. Saw that from Thomas Jack managing to get himself from P6 to P4, and now up to P3. Another McLaren on McLaren battle. Patrick Starr under attack from the 444 McLaren. Eckhart back at the wheel of this machine once again. An AB strategy from this McLaren. Quite rapid actually. And Patrick Starr with the much fresher tyres, actually 10 minutes newer than Eckhart's tyres. A little bit less fuel in the SpongeBob McLaren. Oh, too deep on the brakes was Eckhart. It's going to lose some time to the Bikini Bottom race team. But still managing to match Patrick Starr's lap time. 31.4 for the Starfish driver, and 31.5. Actually half a tenth in it between them that last time around, so this battle not over. Meanwhile, 92 car of Bublitz, Dean Winters Racing team, looking at the rear of the bright green Porsche. Dave Petzold keeping his composure with the 92 car behind. Will keep the inside for turn 2. Force the McLaren to go a long way around. Porsche will stay ahead. And McLaren turning in quite late there. Surprised he didn't pick up a wheel arch full of gravel. Oh, and the 92 car just not braking. It was like they forgot to brake. Didn't brake, threw it out of the way. Ends up in the barrier. We'll have a fair amount of damage from that, I'm sure. And now has Aiton behind, looking to pick up a position. I looked away for 1 second. Oh, he's pitted. Okay, I thought he crashed. So the number 7 Gravy Seals Audi now released into some clean air. And Eckert still chasing the rear of the Bikini Bottom race team machine. Finally into the pits. 4 Bublets, I'm sure, preparing some damage as well. Have a quick look at the stint timers. So Steiner and Hofmeister will probably pit within the next couple of laps. Will mean it'll be close, but Richard Withall could end up with P5. Could be a fantastic result for them. Meanwhile, Eckert, were finding their way around the Iron Lynx machine there. Maybe quite happy to let them go was Hofmeister, knowing that they are battling for position. It might indicate that Hofmeister's coming in this lap, already on a slower lap. Meanwhile, Thomas Jack putting in some great times actually. Last time around, 5/1000ths of a second faster than Haché. Now is 7 seconds behind him. Hofmeister not into the pits this time around. Interestingly enough. Star looking very comfortable through the first sector. Eckert not really able to close the gap without assistance from back markers or a mistake from Patrick Star. I didn't realise the Turkish nationality for Patrick Star too. Very cool. Coming more and more of a mixing pot is Racing Pals. Lots of different nationalities represented throughout our community. I was going to say small community, but grows every day. I think we're at one. Let's actually double check. Yeah, they changed. 1,558 members in the Discord server, so small when you think about how big some other communities are. But we're very tight-knit. And yeah, nationalities from all over the globe. Of a fair amount of South Africans, some lots of Germans, especially for the endurance races. We tend to get a lot of Germans showing up for the endurance races. Yes, some Finns. I think there's a couple Swedes on the server. I know there's some Brazilians in the server. Americans, a couple Canadians, and yeah. Eastern Europe being represented as well. I think the only place we don't really have people from is Asia. To say Eastern Asia. Depending on which side of Turkey you're in, you could be in Asia or you could be in Europe. Or maybe, maybe, we'll see. Anyway, if you're watching and you're not part of the Discord, you can find the link to our little community in the description below. Steiner rolls into the pits finally. Hofmeister's gonna have to pit. Whoa. Their stint timer, they have 1 hour and 15. They have to get into the pits before that. They should just be okay. And it's to get the maximum amount of laps out of one stint, so good for them. Not sure how much it's going to help, but I think Hofmeister will be released from the pits a couple seconds behind Richard Withall. Actually only has Lietzanas a second and a half behind. further back, the McLaren battle still raging on. Seems like Echo catches up, and then something happens, and then there's a big gap to make up all over again. Patrick Starr got a little bit wide on the exit of turn 1. Honda Hyder round at turn 3. They stay out of the way, they do, just about. Have a look in just a second at what happened there as these guys, Patrick Starr having to hold the inside just a little bit just to cover off the move that might come. Oops. There you go. And Hofmeister into the pits. Just been released, and Liutzanas has just gone past. Hachet also into the pits too. Hachet with a drive-through. That would be for track limits. I'm assuming. I'm not seeing anything in the log. So yeah, that'll be track limits. So a bad day gone slightly worse for Hachet. We'll close the gap a little for Denny Zenon, but not enough, I don't think. Liutzanas is off. Doing a really good job at keeping Withall within their sights. Is the curb deep into there, and then yeah, over the curb sends the car the other way. And nice work to avoid the Bentley as it comes through. Liutzanas made up about 6 seconds to, or about 3 seconds to Richard Withall. Now has to make up about 9 seconds all over again as they're deep into the hairpin through York and Rin. Losing a little bit of time. I think that will be Hachet splitting the difference between the two McLarens. Just under an hour and a half left to go. And 41. That will be this one. Van der Heide. No further action from the stewards for that. Chalk it up to a racing incident as the order remains the same. Everything is finally settled down. Only took 2.5 hours. Car not setting any laps for some reason. Not quite sure what's happened there. Check around the grid. Everybody jumping the curb at Kleiner chicane. Romeka still not able to close the gap to Patrick Starr. Liutzanas still on the chase. to Richard Withall. Made up about a second already. There's still lots of pace left in that car. Last lap actually it's now half a second or so quicker than Richard Withall, so this battle brewing once again. And then Eckert finds himself within a second of Patrick Starr through turn 3 and on the way down to the Kleiner chicane. Relative wise, they've got Kyle Busch behind, Shea in front. And again, seems like there's a lot of people battling the track rather than each other. I knew it would be not that straightforward track-wise, especially track limits. A fair amount of drive-throughs already for track limits. Still an hour and 24 minutes to go. Plenty of time for some other drivers to pick up unwanted penalties. Really throw a wrench into the timing screens. Track actually cooling down a fair amount. I'm not sure if the sun goes down earlier this far north in Belgium, but started with 37 degrees Celsius. It's now down to 35, but it is only 4 p.m. Next race we will have to bring some weather effects in. Let me know in the chat if you've got any suggestions for which track we should visit next. There's a couple we still haven't done. I believe we haven't done Indianapolis. I don't think we've ever done proper endurance at most of the British tracks. The Laguna Seca we haven't done for a really long time, but the main reason is because the BOP is not great there, especially amongst GT4s. I don't think we've done endurance at Monza either, for obvious reasons. Necker now with a good run out of turn 3. It's around the back marker before the corner, which is very handy. A little bit further back from this, the 78 and 79 cars battling once again. Kano actually just lost a position to Busch. Willing to bet it was Kleiner chicane again. Oof. Very close there, and then a little bit sideways over the right hand. Look at all those cars all on different laps. Triple 4 car and the double 4 car still going at it in most of this stint, really. battle for P10 as well, so top 10 is always a nice feeling for a 4-hour race. I'm sure it's high stakes for them. Almost losing the rear end there through the Villeneuve chicane. McLaren is quite easy to upset over the curbs here. We've seen a couple of times already throughout the grid more McLarens than any other manufacturer on the grid today. Probably any day until they patch it. Funny how the free car, not the paid DLC car, has become the new meta car. It's quite funny. Perhaps that's why it's become the new meta car, is because it's free. Seems to be doing well today. It got pole position and is currently sitting P3. 3 McLarens inside the top 10, but we've also got 3 Lamborghinis inside the top 10. 2 Mercedeses, 1 Audi and 1 Porsche, all making up the top 10 of the running order. So yeah, don't see a lot of Lamborghinis, and to see 4 of them in one race, I should say 3. 3 of them in one race, and 3 of them within the top 8 too. That's quite impressive. Something you do like to see. Enjoyed watching the Audis too, actually. They had that earlier battle with Denny Xenon, and then the other Audi here of Dietz seemed kind of all over the track as well. The Audis have looked really good, really stable through the fast corners as well. A good amount of power on the straights too. Not sure if ACC's had a BOP update anytime recently. I'm willing to assume there has been. Shows you how much I actually play ACC. This season, if you will, for Racing Pals has been not a lot. I've been commentating on RP series. Yeah, just really enjoy commentating these endurance races too. So hopefully next time we'll get a multi-class race going, perhaps some weather effects, and maybe at a track that we've never been to before, or at least haven't been to for a really long time. Oh, actually, come to think of it, because we're in September now, the next race would actually be October, so we're looking at a Halloween special, perhaps. Whoa, careful, Denny. Speaking of Audis, earlier Gravy Seals cars caught up to the number 80 Porsche, currently piloted by Dave Petzold, within half a second, showing some actually really good pace through the final sector. Anyway, yes, next race would be Halloween special. Oh, Dave Petzold giving up a lot of time indeed to Aidson. Lifting, trying to get the cut back, but not making it happen. He's caught up a huge amount through the Villeneuve chicane. A little bit wide on exit. Take some grass, and Petzold will run away down towards that corner called Boulderberg Bocht. That's right. Apologise to any Belgians in the server for murdering these corner names. I think Aidson's gonna want to get a good exit out of the final corner. He's not going to be close enough to make a move into turn 1, or is he? Full send. It's Petzold on the outside. Petzold able to withstand the aggression. Keep the inside for turn 2. Cut back from the Audi, however. And he'll have the inside for turn 3. They're trading paint on corner entry. The Audi right up on the curb. And the Porsche just taking a little bit of gravel on the exit. There's Richard Withall just behind. We'll see if the Audi pulls out to the inside. Thinks about it. Wants to get a good exit instead. See how much he catches up again under braking. Porsche just so much better on corner exit. Oops. Never want bumper cam. I wish you could disable certain cameras in ACC race control. A look around. Liutsinas keeping an eye on that. Now only 5 seconds behind Withall, so they started 9 seconds behind about 5 or 6 laps ago. And a good exit this time from the Audi. Still not going to be close enough, but he'll try it again perhaps. Puts himself on the inside. Dave Petzold on the outside. Great driving from both of them, especially the Porsche unfazed by the Audi. And then Richard Withall joining the party here. Blue flags being waved from the side of the track for these two cars. Richard Withall maybe wanting to just back up a little bit. Say Ayton will not want to let him past at this point because he doesn't want the Mercedes to be in between him and Dave Petzold. Looks like that might happen anyway. It's so close. Oh, and that's a big send from the Audi. A little bit of rubbing. That's fine. Richard Withall going to have to be really patient here as Ayton gets the move done. I don't think that could have worked out any better for the Audi there. Whoa. Not quite sure what happened there, but lost a lot of time. And it's kind of allowed Petzold back into it. If he can catch up as Eckert's finally made his way up to the rear bumper of Patrick Starr. Seen this battle brewing for a while as well. And the final chicane they go. Hour and 12 minutes or so left in this race. Seems as if the 80 car of Dave Petzold struggling to keep up with the Audi on the straight. Some traffic playing into that as well. Have actually Liutsinas in front. Eckert makes the move stick as Patrick Starr. It's a little squirrely there into Kleiner chicane. Let's have another look at that. A bit deep on the brakes, over the curb and just touching the gravel. Eckert did really well actually to avoid the contact. Now a bit of a role reversal here as Patrick Starr now chases down the rear of the 444 McLaren. These two really similar on pace, so I expect this battle to go on for a while. Dave Petzold already 2.5 seconds behind Aidson, that battle we just saw earlier. Meanwhile, this one just getting going, it seems. And towards turn 1, beginning their 109th lap of the 4 hours of Zolder. Star doing really well to stay on the rear of Eckert too. Both of them want to keep it clean through here. Really hard chicane to get right is the Kleiner chicane. You really need to nail the exit as much as the entry. Bit of a flat out section as they go over the crest and down towards the Villeneuve chicane. With really only one way through that corner. One of the only corners on this track where there's a right way to take it and a wrong way to take it. Turn 1, as we've seen, is a little bit up for interpretation, as is turns 2 and 3. Oh, and a bit too deep on the brakes was Patrick Starr. Going to put him offline for the right-hander, and he'll lose a couple tenths now down towards turn 1. A ways to go as Aidson puts in a personal best lap. 130.38. As I was keeping up on it earlier, Liutsinas just behind Aidson. Not for position though, just in the relative. Now only 2.5 seconds behind Richard Withall. I'm sure Richard's been keeping a really good eye on his relative screen and has seen the kind of comeback over the last 10-11 laps or so of Liutsinas. Might have some worry creeping in. Liutsinas' last lap a 29.6, Richard Withall's a 30.2, so 6 tenths or so pace difference between them. Patrick Starr still battling with Eckert as well. The livery makes me smile. Seems like Eckert's sector 1 times seem to be a little bit faster than Patrick Starr's. And Patrick Starr always tends to grab some more back in the final sector. Maybe seeing a little bit of a difference on setup here. You know, they are the same cars. Stretch my legs. Glad I'm not in a sim rig for 4 hours though, unlike solo drivers, then my legs would really be feeling it. Things finally calming down for the stewards. Literally, as I said that, one of the stewards started typing. Oh, it's no further action between 41 and 98. It's Vonderheide. Don't actually have any record of that on my end. Patrick Star actually drops a couple of seconds, or a couple of tenths I should say, to Eckert in front, or a bit deep there into Villeneuve chicane. It's a track cut for him. I want to keep an eye on those especially. Last hour of the race, really after the last stop, you really don't want any more penalties or hold-ups. You don't want to have to stop again. A quick look at the stint timer. So pretty much everyone will have one more stop. Everyone will have one more stop to see when people are going to need to. So Köpnick, Jacques Cassel, the 288 AMG almost at its stint limit. Well, it's Haché. Anybody that stops now will be able to go to the end of the race on fuel and stint timer as well. Maybe Schneider, maybe not. It's only been out for half an hour, so we'll have to stop, but much later as Köpnick into the pits, just as I predicted. Itzenas into the pits as well. Maybe having a listen in to my stream and recommending the undercut. We'll see if Withall reacts to that. He just elects to stay out. Lietzanas has been out for about 6 minutes longer than Richard Withall, so it is very even. Wonder if we will get a response from Richard this next time around. Aidson still improving on their lap times as well. There's a back marker in the in Oldhouse in front of him. But now 10 seconds between himself and Dave Petzold already. Köpnick finds himself released from the pits just behind Patrick Starr. The cars ahead of themselves looking to, going to have to pit soon. Köpnick could find himself within the top 10. And Lietzanas has just pit. Well, yep. This is it towards the end. We are keeping an eye on Richard Withall to see. It looks like he has not pit this time around. Thomas Jack is within one pit stop of Kovacs. Remember, pit delta around 1:06 seconds. Minute 6, minute 8 or so. 45 seconds between Kovacs and Thomas Jack. 15 seconds between Haché and Jack. Oh. Strategy could still yet change the beginning. Oh, sorry, the end of this race. As Vonderheide into the pits of their final pit stop. Keep an eye on Richard Withall to see if he can see if Lietzanas comes out ahead. Gonna pit this time around. Kovac still cruising comfortably. Che making their way into the pits. And we'll see if Thomas Jack or Kovac responds to that. I don't think the Spectre lads have to worry about it. I think Che's chance at victory kind of getting lost with the drive-through that they had to take due to track limits. Will make their way past. The pit stop still required. All the top 3 cars. Goes Richard Withall into the pit, so we will. Oh, it's going to be very, very close. As Richard Withall enters the pits, Lietzanas is 1 minute and 4 seconds behind, so we will keep an eye on them and see where they come out. Köpnick has joined this little pack and is now on the rear of Patrick Starr as they head down towards the hairpin. Is on the way down to the hairpin, so a little bit of time still. Kind of looking a little bit more poised. Oh no, my mouse is running the battery. See, Withall still in the pits. Lietzanas 30 seconds behind. This bad boy in, there it is. Lietzanas taking turn 1, Withall on the exit of the pits. Who will come out in the lead? Oh, Lietzanas with the overspeed to make it happen into turn 2. And those tyres already fired up, ready to go as we head into the last hour of this race. This is the battle. P5 overall. Friedrich still needing to pit as Köpnick made his way past Patrick Starr. I'm willing to bet something to do with Kleiner chicane. Patrick Starr really wanting to get inside the top 10. Still has to make a pit stop, however. Richard Withall with the straight line grunt. Maybe not as good, not as confident on the brakes as Lietzanas has been. An interesting battle indeed. Two completely different kinds of car. On a track really with kind of every speed corner. Not a huge straight for the Mercedes to fully stretch its legs either. Kovacs, Xenon, Friedrich, and Eckert still yet to pit from the top 10. Friedrich on a really weird stint strategy as they're actually 33 minutes into their current stint, so they're going to have to stop again, so they might just be looking at a splash and dash at the end. We are exactly 1 minute ahead of Friedrich, so maybe, sorry, a minute ahead of Lieutenant, so maybe looking to stretch this stint as far as they can. Push now. Get a gap to Lieutenant of more than a minute and 6 seconds, so they're pretty close to that already. Perhaps a splash and dash at the end can save them their P5. It's going to be very close indeed. Worn tyres, but less fuel, so not sure if they've yet reached the point of diminishing returns on their tyres. Kupnik, now that he's done with Patrick Starr behind, is now chasing down the rear of Eckert, who still needs to pit. Pierre Moreno in there for some company. He's going to split the difference between the two battling cars. Better for everyone, really, if Eckert just lets Moreno go. Oh. Kupnik forcing his way through there, wants to rejoin the battle, but blue flags are blue flags. The flash perhaps from Kovacs, or maybe now a good time to pit. Or Kovacs, nope, but Eckert will go into the pits as Kupnik now inside the top 10. P9 for him. And now should be looking to let Moreno Kovacs go. The 92 McLaren finding itself in a little bit of action again as they chase down the 79 Porsche of Manriquez just ahead there. The three drivers who have put in, or three cars I should say, have put in a sub 29 lap, and that would be Kovacs with a 29.7, Oderdorp with a 28.8, and Hache with a 28.6, which currently stands as the fastest lap of the race. Dave Petzold making his way into P13 past the Audi of Samuel Dietz. Currently sitting in the pits. Dave Petzold needing to pit in about 10 minutes or so though, so a little bit less fuel on board for his final stint. Might hurry him up 1 minute or so, should find himself potentially battling with Althaus. Looks to have repaired some damage on their last pit stop. Patrick Starr now into the pits. Again, might find himself rejoining the track kind of close to Dave Petzold. This bottom half of top 10 is all kind of all over the place as Bosworth passes Dietz as Dietz makes his way out from pit exit. Bosworth just pitting a lap before, so got that position back as he finds Hache on his outside through turn 2 and into turn 3. Top 4 as well, actually quite interesting. Dinon and Kovacs still to pit, but Oderdorp only about 21 seconds or so behind Kovacs, who is now just in the pits for their final pit stop. This is going to be a really interesting last stint as there goes Denis Zinon past Kovacs in the pit. Udadorp 2 should pass as well as Hache. Xenon still needs to stop, but Udadorp does not, which puts Udadorp into net P1. 6 seconds ahead of Hache. Very, very interested to see how the end of this is going to play out. It's now hot on the rear of the 7 Audi. This is for position, looking for P14. A little bit further behind, the 92 McLaren has again caught up to the rear of the 79 Porsche. The Kovacs out. Pierre Marino in the car now. And the timing screen must have bugged, because they still find themselves 30 seconds ahead of the Audi. So yeah, my timing screen must have bugged somehow. But with Xenon still need to pit, that does put Udadorp into, or the number 13 Lamborghini into net P2. And Hache only 6.5 seconds behind Udadorp, so the battle for P2 still up for grabs. We'll go back here, the battle for P14. Past the renewable energy sources. Thundering down towards Kleiner Chicane. We may be looking towards the inside into the Villeneuve Chicane. Bosworth holds it off quite nicely. Good car positioning there as they make their way through the Villeneuve Chicane. Through the trees down towards the hairpin, a little bit loose there. And it looks like Utsunas maybe just got past Richard Withall there. Let's see if we can't see it. Oh, it had already happened by the time they got to Jackie Ixbach. Quite sure what happened there, but Richard Withall loses out, now finds himself P7. Go back to this. Still quite close to each other. Turn 3 once again. He's looking like he got a much better run through the corner there. Looks towards the inside, doesn't want anything to do with it. Said it's really bad to get a late penalty here, or a late drive-through, so I'm sure everybody's trying their hardest to keep it clean. And good car positioning from Bosworth. Leaving the space, but not really giving him an option. It's not the long way around. Oh, a little bit of the grass cutting on the inside will slow Bosworth down ever so slightly. Has to defend hard here. Might go for the cutback. Doesn't have the traction to try it, but does have a good run out of the straight. Bosworth will have to defend once again. Yates moves all the way inside. Oh, that's some great defending from Bosworth there. Unfazed by the car on the inside. Both of them still nose to tail. Bosworth still on full defense. Oh, and Dietz losing the rear end slightly. Had a little bit of lift off oversteer as Richard Withall and Lietzanas are trading positions. Richard Withall still now ahead. It's too much to keep up with. Xenon gonna have to pit real soon. His stint time is at 1 hour and 2 minutes. And Friedrich as well is now at 45 minutes, which is a little bit deep there. We go back with the Inter-Audi battle for P14. Struggling with the inside curb is Sam Dietz. Bosworth still looking a little bit more composed, actually under-braking in the slower corners. And Dave Petzold back on the defence against Bob Sponge in the car now, taking over from Patrick Starr. He's going to put himself on the inside of Kleiner chicane. Going to slot himself. Oh! That car is, that's Von der Heide behind, a little bit of a love tap on the Sponge car. 92 McLaren is off once again. That little incident has allowed Köpnick to catch up to the rear of Von der Heide as Bob Sponge lets that battle through. Didn't quite have to, and now has about 3 seconds to make up to get back onto the rear of Petzold in the 80 Porsche. Well, they're still going at it. Kleiner chicane they go. Beats with a slightly better exit, more defence necessary for Bosworth. A little bit of a better corner exit through the corner that time for Bosworth. Still going to have to defend quite hard. Cut back maybe for Dietz. No. But again, a good run out through Jochen Rindt and into Jackie X. Side by side again. We saw Bosworth defend this really well a couple of laps ago. Not able to make it happen again. There was a little bit of contact there, but nothing to worry about, I don't think. Bob Sponge has made it up to the rear of Dave Petzold. Over the crest they go, through to the inside. He's got that move sewn up on the way to Gilles Villeneuve. Oh, and Dietz has found himself off. Let's see what happened here. This is turn 1. We lose the rear again. It's the curb. Oh. Exit curb, just spitting him around. Not too hard of a shunt into the barrier though. Trying to find his way back onto track. We have steering damage. Dave Petzold finally pitting as well as Köpnick. Now side by side with Von der Heide. Forcing them all the way to the inside. We'll probably look for the cutback here. Around the outside again, good car positioning from Von der Heide. And is left staring at the rear of the Lamborghini once again. Lamborghini with some fantastic power down the straightaways as well. Oh, Von der Heide, all sorts of squirrely. Just lost it over the curb. The Kleiner chicane takes another victim. Have another look at that. Over the curb they go. Running around that Köpnick does really well react. Keep it out of the brakes. So released from the pits just behind Dietz. Oldhouse going to make his way through as well. And Hache now only 3 seconds behind Uderdorp. The battle for the final podium spot, still well and truly alive. Actually, it's net P2 this battle. Denny Xenon finally into the pits. Does look like Uderdorp will make it past, as well as Hache. Maybe Friedrich as well. Friedrich will have to pit again though. Currently sitting at 49 or 50 minutes on their stint timer, so only 25 minutes left. 40 minutes left in the race. Hache getting a little loose there through turn 1. Little excursion across the grass, wants to get a closer look at those solar panels. We've got a battle for P10 brewing. We scratch that because Schneider again on the alternate strategy only has 25 minutes left on his stint timer. It's looking like the 444 McLaren will end up inside the top 10. A couple of racing incidents. 288 and the 41 car, so that was the spin by Van der Heide we saw. No further action on that one. A racing incident for the 7 car and the 77 car. See what happened here. Oh, that was just that ever so slight door bang. I think, yeah, that was fine. That was never in question. Utsanas again chasing down Richard Withall at the front of this pack. Lift to let the small PP car through of Uderdorp. ...132 laps completed. Just now the top 4 cars on the lead lap. Some more McLaren on McLaren battle as Mark Doll has found the rear of Schneider. Schneider again still has to pit, but this is a battle for track position. Defending there from Schneider into the minor chicane. Like Doll had the move all ready to go, but kind of made it difficult. Valentino Rossi in the lone BMW. Oh, there's a car around there. It's Den. What has happened? We need to know. Oh, just got spat by the curbs. She took it one too many times. That aggressively, and it fought back for once. Back on the road, is now 10 seconds ahead of Richard Withall. Schneider finally making their pit stop, which will allow Doll that final P10 spot. Last lap for Hache, another sub-29. As Bosworth is round. Let's find out what happened here. Late on the brakes into Kleiner chicane. It's the inside curb, and yeah. And that multiple times from multiple drivers today. Might not even be the last. As I was saying, Hache. A late push here. Try and catch Udador. Moves out of the way. Number 44, McLaren just putting in their personal best of the race at 29.9. Finally into the sub-30s for that team. There's no other car outside the top 10 that's put in a sub-30 time. See the gap closing now between Udador and Hache. 34 minutes and 33 seconds left in the race. Schneider released from the pits on the rear of Dietz as well, so this battle for P13 is going to happen. Schneider back into the car as well. He's been pretty quick today. Already catching Dietz as well, and then Enriquez is catching the 92 McLaren. I think that's pretty much everybody done with pit stops, apart from Friedrich. And yeah, Friedrich on probably doing a splash and dash. See what his pit time will be with just a splash and dash, because if it's less than 45 seconds, he may be able to keep P4 any longer, and Luca Den will just sweep right past as Friedrich finds himself with a drive-through. A late drive-through, exactly what I said you don't want to have. It's happened to number 28 Iron Lynx Lamborghini. Drive-through plus pit stop. You can see them actually fall down as far as P8, P7. Hache putting in some blinding lap times last time around, 29.6. 3/10 faster than Udador. You see how close they are, the pink and purple car of Udador there up ahead going into turn 1, and that is Liutsinas in between them. 29.9 last time around for Hache, 30.0 for Udador, so all to play for in this last half an hour. Friedrich, of course, with the drive-through, which he takes now. Interesting to see if Luca Den can make much of a dent in this. But Friedrich still needs to make their pit stop as well. They're not going to have enough fuel or stint timer to make it through. Just want to hop back as Dietz now finding himself the leader of a 3-car train. Steiner and Bosworth right behind. Steiner really giving it to the rear of Dietz. And finding himself, however, in a Audi sandwich. Out of the pits, Luca Den about 13 seconds behind. Only 2.5 seconds now in between P3 and P2 as well. Steiner much later on the brakes there, makes up a huge amount of time into corner entry. Loses a little bit by skipping over sausage curb. As I've been saying all race long, the McLaren really good on the brakes. have to brake things 25, 30, 35 meters earlier, or later I should say, than the Audi or anything else around it for that matter. Steiner making up 3/10 in that last corner alone, purely by braking later. Nose to tail now as Bosworth falls behind a little bit. About 8/10 slower than these two around last time around. Friedrich into the pits. All there, pit stop. Oh, kind of rough. It will lose out to P5, 6, 7, maybe Köpnick. They can hurry around quick enough, only in turn 2 at the moment though. But Lietzanas passing pit lane. Hache now within 2 seconds of Vidador, actually the next car ahead. 29.3 last time around for Hache. Logic 91 McLaren with a storied race. Starting off in pole position, getting caught up, well not getting caught up in the turn 1 incident, but a drive-through earlier. Track limits, I believe it was, really not helping their chances of a win, but can sit on the second step of a podium. But under half an hour left. The battle's really on now. I think everybody then is done with stopping, unless there's another drive-through or penalty dispensed by the stewards. Dished out, I don't know what the right term is. A little bit loose on the rear end. Dietz is off once again. I just lost it round. That's turn 3. Just lost the rear end. Too much lift off, oversteer. That'll kind of release Steiner. Friedrich finding himself a minute behind Lietzanas and only 10 seconds ahead of Köpnick. Might have a fair amount of work cut out for him to keep Köpnick behind. As Hache now almost within a second to the small PP Lamborghini. I don't think there's any other cars embody the small PP mentality more than the Lambo. Maybe the Maserati GT4. No pickup trucks in the game, so otherwise it would be that, but outside of the final corner, looking absolutely destroyed. The groundskeeper is going to be very unhappy at the work he'll have to do to replace all of that. Last 25 minutes of this race about to begin. This battle's been boiling up for a very long time. Now the water finds its way over the top of the lid and onto the burner. 7/10 separating these guys as they pound down towards the Kleine chicane. wonder if Uderdorp's been saving his tyres a little bit just for the end of the race. Maybe knew this battle was coming. Che probably not with a huge amount of tyres left. Really pushing to get back behind the Lamborghini. Deep into the chicane. Has to go over the little bit of curbs there. Did invalidate that time around. 29.5. Literally 1/100th of a second faster than Uderdorp that time around. They are trading lap times, matching them second for second. Track temperature now 31 degrees, so I would expect the lap times to start coming down. Fastest lap so far set by Haché at a 1 minute 28.620. I think Uderdorp may be able to go for that, not with a McLaren directly behind. Moreno definitely able to go for that once the fuel level comes down a little bit. And I will say the Lamborghini looking much more composed than the McLaren behind. Much more at ease with being on the limit. It's the McLaren kind of bouncing everywhere. Not really keeping all four wheels in one line for too long. Going to use much more of the track as well than Uderdorp. Crowd of backmarkers ahead of Uderdorp as well. I'm sure it will be a welcome sight. Uderdorp will want to get ahead of the BMW before the chicane. I'm not sure he's going to make it happen. Ideal case scenario for him, wants to split the difference and then two more backmarkers ahead to try and make the most out of. Oh! Che just getting ever so slightly onto the exit, the grass on the exit of the corner. Through the rear of the car out. I thought he'd lost it then, but manages to keep it together in one piece. Oh, and he's gone wide at turn one, the exit there. Just a little bit of understeer. I mean, my theory was correct. He has used much more tyre than Uderdorp and has to work so much harder to try and get the move done. Althouse now, just up the road from him, is directly behind number 77 Audi of Samuel Dietz. Shea dropping time to Uderdorp, is now 1.6 seconds behind. A little bit further up the street with Andy Althouse still trying to get past the Audi. There's a battle for P14. couple minutes up the track. Bob Sponge is also trying to get himself back inside the top 10. There he is. Currently 5 seconds behind Mark Doll. Flatbed truck there looming ominously as we enter the final 20 minutes of the race. Oh, and Hache's actually dropped a huge amount of time now to Uderdorp. He now finds himself 3.5 seconds behind Uderdorp. Something must have happened there. I will go back and have a look. I'm willing to bet turn 1 something happened. And it did. Finds himself with a trip over the curbs. Did well to keep it pointed in the right direction though. As we were following along with this battle. That's Richard Withall just behind them too. Whoops. I was just looking at Pierre Moreno, who brought out a yellow flag for just a second there. He won't be able to find it, but know that happened. He's 40 seconds ahead of Uderdorp, and Hache has actually now made up a second back to Uderdorp. For 2.5 seconds, you see the gap there, just the one car splitting them up. Dietz has Oldhouse behind, and the green Porsche. Austin Venning back in that car. Kind of how it's been all over the track today, is battles popping up here, there, everywhere. Che finally allowed past the green Porsche. Not in the most obvious of ways, but it works. We'll be saying thank you very much. And I think the tyres on the McLaren really struggling now. Can't seem to keep everything together. Balance of the car seeming to change into every corner. Uderdorp again putting another back marker in between himself and Noel. Bob Sponge not able to make up any meaningful amount of time onto the rear of Gall. Called it earlier when I said it's 5.5 seconds in between them. Well, there's still 5.5 seconds in between them. I'm running out. 17 minutes left in the race. Keep an eye on where Pierre Moreno crosses the line. If he slows up to do one less lap, or whether it's full charge to the line. Gap now 2 seconds in between P3 and P2. Cars for Uderdorp to try and put in between himself and Hache. Really lucked out with his track position at the end of this race. 3 back markers to try and hold up Hache behind, but he's got to be Got to be really quick about getting himself around these back markers. There's one. The 77 car of Dietz now has the 10 car. 44 car of Bob Sponge, who finds himself off. We'll watch the rejoin. Works out okay in the end. Okay, now under 2 seconds to Uderdorp ahead. Finds Dietz in front of him once again. Blue flags waving once more. Dietz not defending, but just keeping his racing line. Goes deep there. Very nicely done. Allows Shea to go through. Chase down the rear of Uderdorp. 1.5 seconds the gap now. Some clean air. Next car is the car he's looking for. .4 for Hachet last time around, 130.2, so it just goes to show how much traffic can make a difference. Especially on a smaller track like this, you lose so much time between a back marker. You really need to get lucky and time the pass really, really right. Again, McLaren really late on the brakes. A better exit from Uderdorp though. Both of them going wide. Jay maybe following Uderdorp off a little bit there. Get a feeling this will come down to the very end. Half a second in it as they cross the line. And McLaren looking like it's really struggling with turn 1. Didn't make a couple of mistakes already. Oh, and there goes Dietz off behind. First time we've seen him pointed the wrong direction. Oh, and Hachet violently over the sausage curb. Seems like it's just point the car into the corner and pray that it comes out facing the same direction. With the Kleiner chicane. A bit late on the power there. Haven't lost too much time, still within 6/10 of Uderdorp. Drive-through for the Litzinas. And the late drive-through showing its ugly face. And for Valentino Rossi. But the Litzinas will most likely find themselves finishing P7. All said and done, and the the McLaren's still struggling with turn 1 it seems. Tenth faster, I should say 8/800ths of a second faster than Uderdorp last time round, so the pace is there. Will they get lucky as Uderdorp now? Udadorp finding himself with Richard Withall just ahead. Oh, they're so close to each other. And again, we'll probably be praying for Richard Withall to sit in between. He's got his indicators on. I think he's just going to let both cars go. Oh, and a late move from Hache. And makes that work somehow. Was a very late move as Udadorp deep into the final corner. Let's just have another look. Oh, we'll have to go back even further. I think Udadorp might be disappointed at that. Just let his guard down a little bit, I think. If we can see it here. Behind gets a better run out. Richard Withall pull over to the right hand side. Yeah, that late dive, nothing wrong with that. Or a gap and went for it and pulls it all the way to the inside. Wants to make Udadorp work for the move. I think Udadorp maybe should have braked a little bit earlier there, trying to hook the tyres back up. Try and get himself back alongside Shea, but that puts Shea up into P2. Just under 9 minutes left. As I was saying earlier, I think Hache's tyres suffering a lot more than Udadorp, so it's not over yet. Hache with the slightly better average lap time. A bit further back, the number 80 Porsche looking at the rear of the Ferrari once again. Torsten Venning can make a move happen in this last 8 minutes. As Udadorp starts bleeding time to Hache in front. 1.3 seconds the gap though. Was 0.6 seconds at the beginning of this lap, now 1.3. About halfway through or so. Jay nudging the back marker out of the way, doesn't want to get a penalty for the end of the race. So if the stewards will take a look at that. Venning still looking at the rear of the 138 Ferrari as they head into the hairpin. Corner exit, a really strong place for the Porsche. Seconds now the gap, so the McLaren ever so slowly pulling away from the Lamborghini. Not quite over yet. Ferrari manages to keep it together. Very, very violent there over the sausage curbs. I thought he was going to lose it. Oh, he does lose it there though. Torsten says, "See ya." Moves ahead. Old House, meanwhile, trying to find his way back on the track and loses another position. This time to Sam Staples in the 5FI racing car. And Holy Fruitbat says, let's go Manny Manriquez. Currently running P17. Like we've had a few retirements as well. RP Zolder getting a strong showing for them today. It looks like they're all going to finish, I believe. Ahead, Udadorp now the gap, a pretty constant 1.2, 1.3 seconds or so. About 5 minutes left. Well, Richard Withall there in the background getting a little bit loose and onto the gravel through turn 3. Oh! 2 wheels only, touring car style through the Kleiner chicane. Did lose about 4/10 on that alone. I think they'll be happy with a podium, but disappointed they couldn't keep P2. But Hache with the pole position lead us off for this race, as well as fastest lap, as you can see. Meanwhile, Pierre Moreno, well, a very comfortable 41 seconds ahead of Hache. Looking, if we can't see the beginning of the race again, we cannot. It's been too long. That's fine. The 77 car out of this race. Just realised. Contact in the 77, that was Dietz. Racing incident. All that contact. Udadorp now only 1.1 seconds behind. The desire is there. The question is the pace there? Try and take back a P2 finish in the dying laps of this race. He's now under 1 second, so he does have some pace available. Oh, a little bit loose on power. I'm sure at this stage of the race everybody's struggling with traction and their tyres overall. Couple shout outs. Richard Withall, our top placed solo driver currently, he does have a 43 second lead on the next car behind him in Lietzenas. But a really strong showing from him today. I'm not sure I've seen him inside the top 6 at race finish, so doing it solo for the first time. Very, very cool indeed. Maya van der Heide as well, another solo driver, in all around the track today. Had some bad luck, had some good luck, but overall another good showing today, and another Lambo too. And the number 80 Porsche as well, putting on a good show, fairly consistent run from them. They might wanted to have placed a little bit higher, but seeing as they started in P19, we're ending up with a good chance at P14. Not bad at all. Luca Den as well, the All-In Racing boys, Another good showing from them. I think they might be a little bit disappointed in losing out onto P2. Pace not quite there today, but I don't think anybody expected the Lambo to be so strong here. But I know these guys will be back for another attempt for the last one, especially if we're doing 6 hours of Spa. Oh, that's right. Earlier I was talking about next month. Well, next month is October, so
Right, man. The leader is on the final lap. Give it a final push.
Thank you. Just saying, next race, 6 hours of Spa at night in the wet. It's usually how we do our Halloween specials, as Oderdorp now really putting the hammer down, only 0.9 seconds behind Hache. Said it was going to come down to the wire. Yeah, Moreno rounding turn 3 on his final lap, adding another RP Endurance victory to the trophy cabinet. Last lap then, last chance for Oderdorp then to try and make up P2 again. There's a Mercedes a little bit in the way, it's going to drag him wide, manages to keep it on track though, 0.9 seconds still the gap as they round turn 3. Power down towards the Kleiner chicane for one last time. The back marker there, that is Sam Dietz, I believe, in that Audi. That's Bosworth, that's right, because Sam Dietz I think may have had a disconnect. Back marker really helping out Oderdorp here. As Pierre Moreno crosses the line to take the win. A stylish drift around turn 1 to celebrate, but we do have to go back to this battle. Bosworth making it really easy for Oderdorp to catch up. Only half a second now. I don't think there's enough in it. Not close enough to think about a move, but another back marker here might cause potential chaos. As they round the final corner, it will be Hache with the P2 finish. Oderdorp only 4/10 behind in P3, and Chris Friedrich actually onto the rear of Lietzanes. Chris Friedrich actually lost that position and is trying to get it back. Luca Den will finish P4. Richard Withall with an insanely respectable P5. My closet underrated driver of the day would be that 957 AMG. Fantastic job from him to finish in the top 6 as a solo driver too. And Lietzanes looking like they'll be able to fend off Friedrich behind. As here we are with your race winner in Pierre Moreno. See if we can't get some bodies in here, or some voices I should say, as the celebratory donuts come out. See just how busy the stewards have been on the right hand side of my screen there. Trying to find the right channel. So yeah, Pierre Moreno P1, Hache with that P2, the late move to make it happen. Oderdorp managing to hold on for the final rung of the podium. Luca Den P4 was battling for P2 at one point, but some unfortunate events led to a P4 finish. Richard Withall in P5, as I was saying. Great showing from him. Actually started, Richard Withall, I think started a lot further down the grid too. Lietzanes P6, not bad at all for a first outing. sponge cars, not quite able to get into the top 10, just outside it, 9/10 off to be exact. 420 Sam Maudsley, 66 laps down, like early retirement for them, as well as the Bentley. And the 92 car finishing P19. That's the last of the finishing cars. If we can, yeah, get some people in. Is just trying to find everybody. If you like an interview. Well, I can't type and commentate at the same time. Oh, and I guess you can't link voice channels. If anybody comes around. We have Tom in the waiting room. I'll wait till his teammate's available. You can drag those guys in. Alright. So we'll start off with these guys. This will be your P3 finishers. That'll be Thomas Jack and Rowan Uderdorp, your P3 finishers in the small PP Lambo.
Yes.
Congrats guys on the P3.
Yeah, we have to do honor to the name, you know. It's such a high standard, small PP, so yeah, P3 in the end. Could have been P2 if I won.
Yeah. And how did you feel about that race overall? Was it quite scary having that McLaren behind you for the entire race?
I don't know. I don't think the McLaren was the issue. It was more like Tom just shouting in my ear that I had to speed up. No, I think the McLaren was very yeah, it was a bit threatening, but no, overall I held my position well, I think. And Tom was a great sport and all of that.
That's fun.
It was a bit of a struggle because we were both running the Lambo for the first time, so we were sort of finding out some cool little, let's say, quirks about that car, and probably neither of us are driving it again.
Yeah, it was funny. It was interesting to see, and I didn't expect to have 3 Lambos in the top 10. It looked quite strong, especially towards the beginning of the race. I'm just reading your guys' interaction in the Discord chat. I won't repeat that on the stream, but yeah, it was quite interesting to see 3 Lambos sign up for the race, and all of them did really well.
It was a fun car, to be fair, and I definitely see the appeal to it. But wow, yeah, definitely weird. Let's say it behaves very weirdly as you like progress in the stint. So it was sort of had to learn as we go and just go with it. But it was a fun car, very quick around Zolder, clearly. But
how was it?
Yeah, not gonna lie, I'm drenched right now. Finding both a Lambo and a McLaren in the end, yeah, that's pretty tough. Yeah.
I was gonna ask how the Lambo was in the slow corners, because traditionally the Lamborghini has not been good in slow corners, but you guys seem to make it work.
It was good, I think. I think our main issue we were having was this sort of lack of controllable rotation into the fast corners.
Yes.
Which we fixed by just putting a bunch of understeer on it and making it nice and rotatey on the exits. But that sort of ended up causing this weird thing we were both having, where the traction was amazing, but anytime you put any sort of sideways sideways momentum to the car, the grip just disappeared.
Yeah.
So we had a bit of a struggle trying to figure that one out. But slow corners, especially exiting, felt very, very quick.
Yeah. Well, all I can say is congrats, but at the same time, because I know you guys probably wanted more, and especially P2, and probably wanted a run at P1 as well, but maybe save that for next round.
Yeah, I've never hated 4/10 of a second more in my life. But...
Yeah. Well, congrats again, and we'll see you for the next one. Thanks for coming out, and thanks for talking to me, dudes.
See you.
Dankeschön.
Right, bye.
Danke.
Auf Wiedersehen. That was Team Small Peepee. Again, your P3 finishers in the Lamborghini. Seems like they struggled a little bit towards the end of their stint, so oh well, kind of the fun of sim racing. Sucks to be on that side of it where you lose a position so late in the race, but it is what it is. Those guys put on a good show as well. Let's potentially talk to Noel. I believe this is Noel. We'll see. Your P2 finisher in the McLaren. Is this Noel?
Hi, yeah,
Hey.
I'm Noel.
Congrats, man, on the P2. That was a really bit of a comeback race for you, finishing P2 and making up that position late in the race. So congrats on pole position and fastest lap too.
Thanks.
How was the race for you overall today?
Yeah, in the start it was quite tricky to keep the car on track and go fast.
Yeah.
So I nearly lost out to the third, to the guy in third.
Yeah.
But yeah, at the start I managed to keep a gap like 5 seconds, 6 seconds to P1. But it increased, and then I did I crashed into the wall, and yeah, that didn't help at all.
Did an oopsie, yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
I tend to catch everything bad that happens to everybody, but yeah, I was going to say that first stint was a constant 5-second gap to the Porsche in front. So I thought that would happen and stay for the whole race. I thought you would stay right behind for the whole race, but yeah, it seems like everybody struggled with the chicane, the Kleiner chicane, the one with the really big sausage curbs, the one that you went off at. So yeah, how was the McLaren for you today? It was the most popular choice of car, but everybody seemed to be set up completely differently. So yeah, how was your McLaren today?
The McLaren, obviously a really, really strong car,
Yeah.
especially on this track. But I only practiced qualifying.
Green light,
Maybe
green light.
that's
Go.
why I got P1 in qualifying, but not in the race.
Yeah.
It was quite good to drive, but my problem were track limits. As you saw, I got a drive-through for track limits as well.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah, everybody seemed to struggle with track limits, and I said it at the beginning of the race. Like, everybody's gonna end up with a drive-through at some point. But you managed to time yours quite good because everybody else around you was pitting anyway. So it seemed like you didn't lose a huge amount of time with your drive-through penalty. So that's pretty good, because usually here at Zolder a drive-through is just like, that's it, race over. Yeah, I think he did really well to come back from 4th, 5th position, come back through the grid and finish P2, leaving it to the last couple of laps to get into that second place spot. So good for you, man.
That was really intense.
Yeah, I'm sure you were full concentration too.
I tried, but unfortunately my teammate wrote in the morning that he can't drive.
Yeah.
So I did the 4 hours alone. That
Yeah.
was quite intense.
I bet, yeah. I've only done that once before. I've done a 4-hour race by myself once, and it was, yeah, I was tired afterwards. So I'm sure you need your rest right now. And congrats again on P2, and thanks for joining us. Thanks for coming and chatting with me, man.
Yep, thanks.
All right, have a good one. All right, that was P2, the bright papaya orange McLaren of Noel Hache. And let's drag it in Pierre Moreno. Pierre, congrats. P1. Seem to have it sewn up. Lap 1, turn 1, it seems.
Yeah. All thanks to Kovac, who did a stellar job. He drove perfect stints.
Yeah.
You know, within a few tenths of a second each. Super impressive stuff. I just try my best to not crash.
Yeah.
and you know, have similar lap times, but it was relatively trouble-free.
Yeah.
Just up until the very last stint, where I unfortunately ran out. My force feedback stopped working.
Oh, really? Okay. I did see a yellow flag flash up like really quickly with your name on it, and I was like, I wonder what happened there. And then by the time I got to it, there was no contact in the race control log or anything, so I assumed it was just a spin or you were on the grass somewhere. But
Yeah,
a trouble-free race for you guys, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, Kovac pulled a super move on turn 1,
Yeah.
between turn 1 and turn 2, where stayed the outside and stayed out of the chaos happening behind us.
Yeah.
And then, I think we were not necessarily the quickest, but we were the most consistent.
Yeah.
We're always lapping with a 29, so I think that's what got us the win. We also stayed away from warnings and things like that, so that was a good one.
Yeah. Oh, cool, man. It seems like one of those races where it's not a huge amount to talk about on your end because you just had the nice gap behind you for the majority of the race.
Yes.
But overall, I was surprised at the quality of racing that Zolder gave us today. I thought it would be a bit more of a mess than that was, but the turn 1 incident, I think it looked worse than it was when it was live, but it was really a 2-car incident and everybody else behind just not seeing the car until late. So I was wondering halfway through the first lap, I was like, is it going to be a red flag? Because I thought it was much worse than it actually was, but it turns out it was not that bad at all. So kind of sums up your race in a nutshell, really. Like not bad at all. Didn't really have much to worry about other than battling the track and yourselves. So yeah, congrats again, man. Another P1 in the books.
It's been, I think, the second one this year or third one.
Yeah, something like that.
Obviously, with different teams and different tracks, but it's been really good. I want to thank everybody at Racing Pals who keeps organizing these things on such a regular basis. We always have an endurance race almost every month.
Absolutely.
ACC keeps going, so thanks everyone, and to yourself as well for doing the commentary for 4 hours.
Yeah, thank you. No, I really enjoy doing it. So I was saying towards the middle of the stream, and then I got distracted by watching actual racing. And then I started talking about it at the end of the stream. But next month is October, and that means Halloween special. So
yes,
that one.
I wonder we're going to do it. Yeah,
Yes.
because we did Spa kind of recently.
We did do Spa fairly recently.
So I wonder if there's another Halloween-y track. Maybe something in the UK kind of gloomy.
Maybe we'll see. But for those of you who don't know, one of the first ever endurance races we did was the on the YouTube channel was the original Halloween special, 6 hours of Spa, which Pierre and I commentated together, and that was really our first foray into sim racing commentary and live streaming all the Racing Pals events on a dedicated YouTube channel. So that was 3 years ago, which is insane to think about. And
Racing Pals is 3 years since I think last August.
Yes.
3 years old now. So yeah, how time flies. But yeah, I remember that time and what a good time that was. I
Yeah.
think we had the most cars we've ever had as well. We had
I think so. I think we had like almost like 40 entries or something like that, 42
Yeah.
cars or something. So if you're watching and that sounds like fun, the Discord link is in the description below. Sign up, and in a month and a half we'll go scary racing at a scary place.
Yeah, bonus points for scary liveries.
Yes. Yes.
That would be great. That would be good
100%.
to see.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, congrats again, and thanks for coming to talk to me. And yeah, we'll see you next time, dude.
Yeah, see you next time. Have a good
All
one,
right.
Deep Cuts.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. And that was your P1 finisher, or one of them at least, in Pierre Moreno, who, along with Kovacs, got the job done, sealed up the P1. And some fantastic racing today from on offer. And I do want to just have a quick thanks to our Patreon community. We do have 3 tiers. We have members, sponsors, and partners. Memberships, I believe the members one is £4 a month. Sponsors a little higher, and partners, featured partner and only partner right now is Pierre Moreno. But all of the revenue from Patreon goes towards hosting events like this, for renting servers and whatnot, upkeep of our Discord, as well as I mentioned earlier, some Discord only roles, one-on-one coaching with people like Pierre Moreno, Thomas Jack. Those guys are always around, willing to help out, as well as access to setups folder, shared setups folder, and a liveries folder as well. Huge thanks to those guys again for supporting what we do here. Links at the bottom there. It's also in the description. And from me, your commentator, Deep Cuts. It's another edition of RP Endurance in the books. Been great. Zolder definitely threw up some fantastic racing, more than I thought it would be. I thought it would be one stint of racing followed by 3 stints of everybody 30 seconds apart, but how wrong was I? Battling towards the end for most of the cars, so yeah. Until next time, next month when we get real spooky, I think that'll do it. From everybody here at Racing Pals. Again, as Pierre was saying, huge thanks to all the stewards and the directors and organizers that do everything they do to make this happen, without whom we wouldn't be able to really wouldn't be able to do something like this, and especially not once a month. So I'll say it one last time. Description of the stream is the link to the Discord if you're not already signed up. And then don't forget to subscribe to the YouTube channel as well. We do try and stream every single endurance event, as well as every league event. So if a 4-hour endurance doesn't sound good to you, but a league does, then definitely head to the Discord, find out more. Share in some fun adventures with us. But from me, that's it. We'll see you next time. Peace.